Yo, what the fuck? What up? Yeah, I only showed up for y'all, man. Hold up. They on some bullshit. Hold up, y'all. Ay, ay, ay. Like it's trying to make me read this. I had a slick ass Asian one, but it was talking to
G6WDVV.
talking crazy. North Carolina in here. Nah, don't come in here, nigga. You don't be in here no other day, man. Nigga, you bluffing. That niggas don't be in here on no other days, man. You don't be supporting the real. Come in here, pulling up some these niggas from west side of North Carolina. It ain't even trying to read this shit though, man. We might got a dud. Be honest. I damn sure ain't reading all this. Damn sure ain't reading. App does not want to read, motherfucker. Telling me lies. We got a dud. Don't want to read. Bullshit. Damn sure not. Yo, it's like 80 niggas in this indictment. 2017. Yeah, 83 people, bro. Um, I don't know what y'all niggas. um, United Blood Nation. And try and read the overt acts. Atlanta in the building. Yeah. Oh. Good. Now you gonna read it? I read it. Weird. Don't even want bullshit. Um, look like niggas was getting busy though. Alright. I don't know why I keep duds. Get to it. Get to these nuts, man. Who the fuck is you new niggas? Niggas just want to hear some fuckery. Hit my cash app. Fuck I look like. Niggas just want to hear fuckery. You don't be around no other time, man. I ain't see you niggas on no type of real shit. Fuck you mean your day real shit. You don't be around this bitch no other time. Peter don't want to read this fuck shit. I'm not reading it. Fuck them niggas. What's up? Want me to scroll through it so you can read it, my nigga? Gonna read it out loud for us? Oh, I bet you lazy. You ain't gonna read shit. 80 niggas. More than welcome. Pull up and read out loud. Our boys really from North Carolina. Country boy. Out in the sticks, huh? They ain't got no real gangs in North Carolina, man. Niggas said y'all phony. That's what the word is. Y'all boys phony out there. Bro. Bruce Wayne. Yeah, Bruce Wayne. I owe your bitch ass an apology. I owe your little bitch ass an apology, you little bitch. I've been waiting for your little bitch ass to pop up. Little bitch. Say, wake up. There's only one gang in America. The feds. No, you don't. No, you don't, nigga. You said, nah, ain't no real gangs, just a lot of shooters. Yeah. I was waiting for you to pop up. Pause. Pause on that. Ain't no real gangs. Feds had an informant. Come on, bro. They got informants every goddamn way, man. Straight up. You on the same. We on the same shit. Let's scroll through though. Tap the like button, y'all. What the fuck? So I don't know who these niggas is, bro. But look, right? They in Charlotte, Mecklenburg County, Shelby, Cleveland, Gastonia, Gaston, within the Western District of North Carolina. Call this dude right here Junior and Cutthroat, Big Pusher. Call this boy Big Pusher. Pause. Got Thomas Oliver. So look, they cranking off right here, 2009. Grand jury robbed this dude right here, Cutthroat robbed somebody. Bam, off break. Then you got an intent to distribute. I'm ready to scroll through this bitch, bro. Nah, we ain't doing all that. Y'all gonna have to keep up. We ain't reading all these niggas' names. Fuck that. We gonna see exactly what type of timeline got their ass locked up though, directly with the overt acts. It look like it's a nice bit of them though, like they start heating up. Hold on, let me get right to the. All right, Seti got caught with some grass. All right, then the next nigga up on. We got a murder off top. Shamon Goins then smoked somebody right here. He smoked Devon Clement off top. All right, boom. That's on May 16th. So we got a body off top. Hold on, let's get this right. We got a nigga robbed a nigga. Got the intent to distribute with the grass. Another intent to distribute with the grass and a firearm. Then you got a murder. And you got a nigga sending gang dudes with another nigga. Nigga named Bobby Seal, aka Bandana. And a nigga named James Baxton, Frank White. Nigga crazy. Oh, the nigga Frank White wrote a letter to Bobby Seal discussing gang business. Got a nigga named Gunn sent some gang dudes. Niggas be extorting niggas. Other niggas sent some gang dudes. All right, let's keep it going. He's on the joint talking about gang business. Oh, he sent a letter. Niggas is crazy. All right, another nigga sent some gang dudes. All right, niggas getting extorted. Pretty fair. Nigga named Hard Body Pause assaulted an individual. All right, what else we got? Got Magoo right here. Oh, Cynthia Young, Lady Bent, Magoo, aka Inferno, or Light, conducted a gang meeting outside the New York Department of Corrections. Thought these niggas was in North Carolina. All right, Bobby Seals sent some gang dudes. Possession and intent, marijuana. On. All right, here we go. Big Tech. Other unknown to the grand jury assaulted an individual known to the grand jury for falsely claiming to be a member of the UBN. Up, they getting with niggas. Sent some gang dudes. Possessed a firearm. All right, they sent some gang dudes. Niggas extorting niggas. Niggas just sending mad gang dudes. What the fuck? God damn. They assaulted an individual. All right, we keeping it moving. Fuck that. They sent gang dudes. Yo, God, yo. What is this? A gang dudes indictment? Niggas possess gang material. Hold on, let's keep it moving. Sent gang dudes. Nigga named Dinky Dino. Glah. Attempted to murder. They assaulted, shot, and attempted to murder an individual known to the grand jury. All right, eating up a little bit. Black Montana possessed some marijuana. Tend to distribute gang materials, gang dues. Committed a robbery of a cell phone store. Okay, that's fair. Committed a robbery of the cell phone store. That's the marijuana. A marijuana? Look, y'all, I ain't make that up. Possessed a marijuana. I don't know how that worked. With the intent to distribute and a firearm. You know how I go. All right, here we go. All of these niggas and some other UBN members attended a gang meeting in Shelby, North Carolina. Niggas had a gang meeting in New York Department of Corrections. Oh, the North Carolina to New York connection, huh? Sold crack cocaine. Okay. Bro, sold some crack cocaine. Montana possessed a firearm. Ratchet, other members attempted to and did commit an armed robbery of an individual. Bro engaged in a physical fight and possessed and discharged a firearm. Bro sold crack cocaine. Bro, other members discussed committing a robbery. Bro maintained a dwelling for the distribution of crack. He had the trap spot. Gotti sent a letter discussing gang business. Gotti sent another letter. T.O. and others robbed and shot a person. Billy D possessed marijuana and cocaine with the intent and a firearm. Dax committed an armed robbery of a convenience store and a gas station. Remy possessed a firearm. Brandon possessed firearm and marijuana. Five Alive possessed cocaine with the intent. Cam attended a gang meeting with all these other niggas. Ace and Bone possessed marijuana with the intent to distribute and 2 firearms. Rich Tony provided an individual known to the grand jury with a fake and counterfeited check for $6,600, purported to be from the state of North Carolina, and a fake North Carolina driver's license, and directed that individual to cash the check at a Walmart store. Yes, sir. All these people right here did something. Let's see. They was with Bone. He possessed marijuana with the intent to distribute and 2 firearms. Possessed a firearm. That's Gucci. And Drek. Drama shot at victims 7, 8, and 9. Joker and Drama shot at victims 7, 8, and 9. All right. All these niggas conducted a gang meeting. Rich Tony possessed and deposited a counterfeit, fake, and fraudulent Wells Fargo check purported to be from company DD account made payable to an individual known to the grand jury in amount of $14,000. Rich Tony deposited a fake check. Rich Tony withdrew $100 from an individual known to the grand jury. utilized a debit card attached to the account. Purchase of $23. Then they made a purchase of 500, purchase of 500, purchase of 1,000, purchase of 1,000, 2 stacks, 74. Got Christopher Hamrick, Red Dot, possessed of marijuana with the crack cocaine with the intent. God never. We got Ace over here, the possession of cocaine. We got Remy discussing gang business. Fuckers all over the place. Lady Guns conducted a gang leadership meeting inside the New York Department of Corrections. Magoo sent gang dudes, Rugi sold a stolen firearm. These niggas conducted a gang meeting. Rugi sold another firearm. Savage committed an armed robbery of an unknown individual. All right. Conducted a UBN gang meeting in order to initiate a new member. Bobby Seale and Bradley Beauchamp conducted a retail shopping spree using fraudulent and cloned credit cards. Bobby Seale and Beauchamp made numerous retail purchases at various stores using multiple fraudulent and cloned credit cards, causing one or more wires to be sent in interstate commerce. Cam sold a firearm. Rugi associated with other for gang purposes. Cunningham committed a robbery. Cunningham shot and attempted to murder victim 1. Conducted a gang meeting. Had a gang-related conversation regarding kicking a member out of the gang for cooperating with law enforcement. They participated in a gang meeting. Another gang meeting. Friday the 13th possessed a firearm. That nigga named Friday the 13th. Whoa. Yo is going to jail. All these niggas met up at a vigil for a murdered UBN member. Big Solo possessed and discharged a firearm. They associated at a gas station, and a member of UBN discharged a firearm. Gaddafi sold crack. A-Dog possessed marijuana with the intent and a firearm. Gun sent Frank White money. Cam, other members were at a gang meeting. They possessed a firearm. Sent gang dudes. This motherfucker phony. It's just a lot of action, but it ain't action. It's blended in. I ain't gonna lie, it's blended. Here we go. Bandana shot and attempted to murder victim number 2 and a person unknown. Oh no, a person is known. FA shot a person. Oh, it's starting to heat up. Sent gang dudes. Conducted a gang leadership meeting in New York. Sold heroin to a person. Pistol whipped a person. Trigger sold crack. Trigger sold crack. Trigger sold crack. A-Dog had grass and intended to distribute firearm. Gang dudes. Trigger sold crack. A-Dog told another member of UBN A-Dog needed that member's ecstasy supplier. Whoa. Hefe possessed a firearm. Light had marijuana with the intent and a firearm. Friday had marijuana, methamphetamine, liquid THC with the intent to distribute and a firearm. Blocker told a drug customer that he had high-grade marijuana, Molly, and liquid codeine available for distribution. Frank White conducted a gang meet in New York. Perno conducted a gang meet. Menace possessed a firearm with an altered serial number. Hefe possessed a firearm and the gang materials. Ant notified Blocker that he had some grass for him. Jaffe possessed MDMA pills and marijuana with the intent and a firearm. Youngin, Montana, and Bone at a club in Shelby murdered Chris Odoms. Frank White discussed gang business. Hungry was going to commit a robbery. Blocker possessed ecstasy and marijuana with the intent and a firearm. Gang meeting, New York. Friday possessed methamphetamine, intent, 2 firearms. Thorborn had a firearm, sent gang dues. Rashad and Bradley made a retail purchase at a store using a fraudulent and clone credit card, causing one or more wires to be sent interstate commerce. He conducted a gang meeting, New York. Billy D possessed 2 firearms, one with an obliterated serial number. Murder, sold marijuana, and counterfeit crack for a person. Moo and Savage murdered Jimmy Ray Daniels and shot victim 3 and 4 in North Carolina. Inferno discussed gang business. Savage conspired and attempted to rob victim number 5 and shot victim number 5 in the back of the head. Turbo associated with one another and possessed discharged a firearm. Hold on, this motherfucker. Hey, look, y'all, it's just, well, we almost coming up to date. So this one is kind of weird. They trying to get to it. They got murder, they got credit card fraud, they got drug dealing. So I mean, I guess it's pretty spread around. Isaac McIntosh rented a car so that he and Beauchamp and Rashad could conduct retail shopping using a fraudulent and cloned credit card. McIntosh, Beauchamp, and Rashad, working in concert, made and attempted to make retail purchases at a store using a fraudulent and cloned credit card. They conspired to and attempted to rob C. Howard and shot and murdered C. Howard. Discussing gang business. Robbed and shot a person. Gang meeting. The usual suspects possessed 163 gift cards, 18 credit cards, some of which were fraudulent and cloned. All the necessary equipment used to clone credit cards, including a credit card embossing machine, credit card reader encoder, and a laptop computer. On this date, the law enforcement encountered the defendants during a traffic stop. They were in the process of cloning a credit card. Conducted a gang meeting. Possessed a firearm. Gang dues. Possessed a firearm. Possessed cocaine and marijuana with the intent and a firearm. Sold heroin. Conducted a gang meeting. Possessed and controlled multiple fraudulent clone gift cards. Possessed marijuana and crack cocaine with the intent and a firearm and gang materials. Sold heroin. Conducted a gang meeting by telephone. Sold heroin. Possessed and controlled a fraudulent and clone credit card. Sent money as a loan. Received a monetary wire transfer. Sold heroin. Attempted to rob an ABC liquor store. Sold crack. possessed and discharged a firearm, sold crack, possessed a firearm, sold heroin, obtained money to pay gang dues, possessed marijuana and cocaine, possessed heroin with intent, conducted a gang meeting, discussed attempting to determine whether a UBN member known to the grand jury was cooperating with law enforcement, robbed and murdered Malik Brown and shot victim 6, discussed gang business with the lower ranking member, sold cocaine, working in concert, made a purchase and attempted to additional purchases at stores using multiple fraudulent and cloned credit cards, caused one or more wires. Had drugs available for distribution and tell other gang members to come see me. Made purchases and attempted others at retail stores using multiple fraudulent credit cards. Sent gang dues, possessed and discharged a firearm, and possessed cocaine and marijuana. Sold heroin, shot and murdered Darnell Murray. Sold heroin, sold cocaine. Sent gang dues, sold crack, possessed and controlled a laptop, credit card reader, cloned credit and gift cards, possessed and controlled multiple clone cards, informed somebody that the UBN member was going to commit a robbery, needed a gun, sold crack, participating in a gang meeting, gang dues through wire transfer, gang dues, sold heroin. Niggas told niggas they needed to pay their gang dues, extortion, payment of UBN gang dues, UBN gang dues. Man, fuck niggas. And broke into and entered a private residence, participated in a marijuana transaction, discussed a subordinate UBN member they believe was cooperating, received gang dues, celebrating a nigga getting out of jail, conducted a gang meeting over the phone, discussed gang business, discussed firearms, participated in a narcotics transaction, sold cocaine, gang meeting in New York, made a purchase and attempted others at retail stores with the cards cloned, packaged narcotics for distribution, distributed marijuana, drama associated with one other at a house party where an individual known to the grand jury was murdered, engaged in a physical fight, thus and discharged a firearm. Whoa. Planned for a gang meeting, sent gang dues, discussed gang business, conducted a gang meeting, sent gang dues, gang meeting, gang meeting, gang meeting, that's 3 firearms, distribution of marijuana, sold cocaine, sold marijuana, cocaine distribution, marijuana distribution, narcotics transaction, firearm and marijuana possession, gang dues, gang business, marijuana sold, sold cocaine, gang meeting by phone, conducted a gang meeting by phone and discussed the need to murder a UBN member known to grand jury for cooperating, gang business, gang dues, gang business, telephone convo regarding wire fraud, gang dues. God damn. Niggas ready to go down for just gang dues. Gang meeting, discussed the UBN member who may be cooperating, possessed a firearm, discussed killing a person, discuss gang business, assaulted another UBN member, gang dues, other UBN members known and unknown to the grand jury conspired, attempted to, and did introduce contraband materials, including cell phones, marijuana, narcotic pills, and razor blades into Pasquatank correctional institution. Distributing narcotic pills, wire transfer for gang dues, conducted a gang meeting, gang business. Yo, this is gang business, gang meeting, gang dues, gang business, distribution of marijuana, gang business, gang dues, engaged in a phone call about wire fraud, gang dues, meeting on the phone, sold cocaine, meeting on the phone, discussion about rank, gang business, gang meeting, credit card, shopping, clones. Talking, gang meeting. This is crazy, y'all. Text message about gang dues. Yo, gang dues. Possession of marijuana and cocaine, intent to distribute firearm and gang materials. Who the fuck walking around with gang materials? Gang business, discussing crack cocaine and marijuana. Man, yo, the funny thing about this, yo, is 80 people involved in this shit. Yo, they already get some time fucking with all of this. Just like, it's nothing real high caliber. Been reading all these indictments. This ain't worth it right here. I ain't gonna lie, this too much for too little. Large lump sum. Other nigga called, try to check in and get the strap because he was beefing, and he said that's what the dues was for. Niggas ain't even had no money. That was in another indictment, but still, imagine that you've been paying dues all this time, you don't never be needing nothing, right? But then all of a sudden, you in a jam, one of the bros tell you, bro, won't we just, you know what I mean, call down to the, you know what I mean, headquarters and tell them we need to get straight through the funds. We need to get the Jiffy Mac. We need a Jiffy Mac immediately. So we should be able to use the funds. We be paying for that shit. You know what I mean? That's what it's for. Niggas say he called down there, niggas ain't even got nothing. Niggas say they ain't got nothing. No funds. Your taxes being collected. And when you go to holler at the state, tell them that you need some shit for your neighborhood, now they ain't got no funds. But they collecting, they collecting for sure. Niggas getting beat for not paying. That's crazy. Real rap, y'all. That'll make niggas tell. Niggas been being loyal, doing everything right, playing by the rules, and then niggas, one time they try to lean on the team, and the team leave them stranded. No I play. Gang meeting, gang materials. Attacked another person for false claiming. Or they discussed robbing and attacking a person for false claiming. They ordered the assault of another UBN member known to the grand jury. Possess Xanax, possess heroin with intent and gang material, discuss gang business, Possessed a firearm in jail letters. Advertised on social media that he had high-grade marijuana. Posted on social media that he was in possession of an AK magazine with bullets. Possessed clone credit cards. Possessed gang materials. Conducted a gang meeting with a person known to the grand jury. Attempt to locate a witness who cooperated with law enforcement. Oh, that must be the end of all the covert acts, y'all. I mean, overt acts. So that's it, y'all. Shit ended with them. They must have ran down on the niggas when they start looking for this nigga, the rat. Niggas say, start looking for the rat, and the shit ended. Yup, they said who did cooperate. They attempt to locate a witness. That mean they knew who it was. That's it. There you go, y'all. Reads through all the overt acts. That wasn't that bad, y'all. I power skimmed through that shit. Now, if you want to know the names, I mean, you could look at the names as I'm breezing through it, but I ain't got time to keep breezing through them niggas' names. So what we seen was North Carolina gang connected to New York. They heavy with the drugs. They ain't scared to play with them pistols. They always got pistols on them, and they always selling drugs. So I will say this match up. Niggas just trying to get to the money. The murders kind of look like a side thing. Look like we mainly just trying to get to the money for real. No, ain't no real crazy amounts of drugs. But no real crazy amounts of drugs. We ain't get no chance to see that. So they must have been moving. I don't know, to be honest. The way the police went about it, they not addressing the amounts. So I'm assuming it's all petty, not petty, but regular, nothing too crazy. They not even getting into how much or what. It's just the actual. Yeah, I mean, I know one thing with that credit card on there. Technically, that easier put some. I mean, y'all, it's putting an extra piece in the Rico you ain't need. So y'all basically all the way y'all fucking with everything, all drugs. Y'all career, yeah, y'all really with the shit. Y'all all the way around the board. Got murder, attempt murders. They got a couple attempts. Look like a lot of extortion. The dudes being paid. I will say this the first paperwork where it was a team of niggas and it don't seem like they had no direct ops. Like it ain't nobody directly mentioned as ops, I don't think. That was interesting though. I had this one with these Asians, but I would have to read it. It was a wiretap with some Asians with a whole bunch of grass out of Boston. That one was interesting. I ain't gonna lie. Wow. It was a wiretap.
Wolf
The
W
funny part,
XGJH Eru WK E Wolf WY0DV Date SV do
I believe they was talking on the wiretap in a different language, but they converted it back over. But they getting busy. Basically, they looking for somebody to sell that shit to, 12,000 a pound. Now I'm thinking they got that motherfucking this the gelato that was hitting the street, y'all. No, well, nah, don't quote me, but somebody had told me that the Asians was doing a lot of this indoor growing on this like this runts and gelato. They was calling it, what the fuck they call it, y'all?
It's 10 o'clock.
Not knowing the laws in every state. Crazy. 12 racks, yeah. So look, let me read it. See. So, nigga named Thong Dong. That's the main nigga. He named Thong Dong. You heard me? Thong Dong. What wrong with you? Thong Dong. I ain't no pause on that. Oriental. You ain't got a pause on it. All right, it don't look like it's that much, y'all. Let's see what they did though. So they intercepted 2 niggas' phones. Somebody authorized the phone tap on the Asian dude Thong Dong. All right, so listen, this where it start off at. So homie called his wife. He said, yeah, where are you? Her name Ho. I ain't making this up. Her name is Ho. Hello? Ho. Yeah, where are you? Dong. I'm home. Ho. Did you read my message? Nah, I ain't gonna do y'all like that. Now her name is really Ho though. Look, so he say, did you read my message? She like, what? Mad, read my message, please. What's this? Read it. What? Read my message, please. Yo, I'm reading this like how they typing it. Don't quote me. What's this? I was saying that I have a loyal customer. Yes. She came in reeking of a strong smell. I know that, but those people have just whatever, only, is it going to be a lot? All right. What just happened, y'all? Play that out in your head right there. What just happened? She called her husband and said, yo, I have a loyal customer. That's what you think, 808? I'm feeling some type of way. I ain't know who it was, but she came in reeking of a strong smell. I know that, but those people have, bro. Did they take something out right here, y'all? Those people have what? What? But y'all. All right, let's keep it going though. He hollered, just whatever. Only, is it going to be a lot? He hollered, what's that? Will appointment with her somewhere? Well, I didn't. She, whatever, a lot. See, yo, I'm reading this like they saying it, so you know how this go, y'all. Well, I asked her. She has a lot of people and pays on the spot. She pays. She pay.
Hey, where the posted nigga at right now?
Yeah.
What's going on with posted? Hold on, posted came up.
I ever see E-Bands, I'm gonna break that nigga face.
Yeah, I
He
can't
said
give
niggas
posted
broke.
back to late
All
night.
right,
That
you
ain't
might be
happening.
right, 808.
No,
She
no,
hollered,
no,
nah.
no.
She got a lot of people. She pay on the spot. Fuck wrong with you? Nigga, you thought I was bringing dummies? Nah, she pay. Fuck wrong with you? Pay. Pays. Yeah. Nah, that's on time, baby. But she said that, my God, and occupies my time. If any case, let's meet one day and talk. Make and do it here. We just talked. Yeah, cannot do it right now. She asked if I have samples. No, drop it. Bro, I believe, based on my training and experience, that Nung Ho is attempting to recruit narcotics customers for Thong Dong. When Nung Ho tells Thong Dong that the customer came in reeking of a strong smell, and then later in the conversation says she asked if I have samples. I believe Nung Ho is asking Dong Dong for samples of marijuana to give to the customer in an attempt to gain additional narcotics business for Dong Dong. I believe Nung Ho is aware of Dong Dong's drug trafficking and is attempting to assist him. One of Dong's marijuana customers is Jose Castro. On October 31st, 2018, Dong received an incoming call on target telephone number 2 from Castro. The following is a transcript of the call. What's up, brother? What's up? Where you at? I'm in Lynn right now. I have the stuff for $12. Very nice. Smells so good. Everything good. It look good? Very good. $12. Yeah. Where you at? Home. All right. I'll be there. Okay, I wait. Okay, I wait. Based on my training and experience, I believe the above referenced call was about marijuana that Dong possessed and wanted to sell to Castro. Dong told Castro that it smelled so good and it cost $12, believed to be $12,000 per a pound. Castro informed Dong that Castro would stop by. As a result, FBI surveillance established surveillance of Dong's residence located at 5 Ironworks Way in Saugus. At approximately 12:37 p.m. on this date, FBI surveillance observed a black BMW X5 arrive at and back into the driveway of 5 Ironworks Way. FBI surveillance observed one occupant in the black BMW, the operator, whom was ultimately identified through his Massachusetts registry of license image, Jose Castro. Castro exited the black BMW and FBI surveillance observed him wearing a black t-shirt, blue jeans, and white sneakers. Castro walked to the front of the door in Saugus and did not possess any items in his hand. And then he entered the residence. Approximately 12:53, FBI observed Castro exit the front door, get back into his goddamn car. Once he drove past, the FBI surveillance observed Castro in the vehicle. Based on my training and experience, I believe that Dung and Castro had made a sale, a buy. Yes, I think he picked up a package. I believe Castro had traveled to Dung's house in order to purchase marijuana. All right, so let's keep it going. November 7th, they on the phones again, y'all. Thong Dong received an incoming call from an individual believed to be Cockton Tran. And the following exchange occurred. Hello? When I come over, is it there for me to see right away, or do I have to wait till 12:30? It's right here, my God, huh? It's right here. It's right here. Oh, here, okay. I'm gonna have to run up to Woburn, and when I'm done, I'll come by. All right, so FBI surveillance, initiated surveillance at 12:12. Dong Dong's white Toyota Tundra bearing the license plate unoccupied and parked on the street. Then a white BMW bearing the license plate was observed unoccupied and parked on the street. The white BMW is registered to Cockton Tran. Cockton Tran was observed to exit the front door of the 5 Ironworks. Cockton Tran traveled directly to the driver's front door of the white BMW and entered. Then he drove his ass off. Later that day, Dong Dong and Cockton talked again. The stuff is in. Uh-huh. Oh, I showed it to 2 guys. One guy, but he doesn't have a taker. The other guy will give me an answer tomorrow. Will let me know tomorrow. Then he'll let the other see. Oh, turn it down a little bit, brother. Yeah, one guy is, his main guy already looked at it, but doesn't have anybody to buy. Doesn't have anybody to take this stuff. Whereas the other guy won't give me an answer until tomorrow. Yeah. But I think that if he takes it, he won't take a large amount. He'll take a medium amount and not 100 to 200. So how much is it? Let me give me an answer tomorrow. If anything, I'll let you know. All right, okay. So let me know tomorrow. Okay. Based on the training, they saying that the nigga was going to probably just cop a little bit, not like 100 to 200 pounds like normal. All right, so we get an establishment of what type of weight we dealing with. Niggas talking 100 to 200, easy. All right, here we go, another phone call. Dong Dong and Cow Toe. They discuss Dong's plans to travel to Houston. Cow Toe and look at samples of girls that Cow Toe will ship to Dong in Boston if Dong likes the girls. They talking about grass, y'all. So he calls up this nigga. The girls is grass. So he basically gonna fly to Texas. Somebody put him in with another nigga. They gonna fly down to Texas so he can see the grass, and then a nigga gonna mail it back. So I'm gonna just skip past all that. All right, this right here is this nigga extorting somebody for money. Now I don't know exactly what. I don't know if he just regularly extorting the nigga money. Niggas talking about he lost 50,000. But yeah, he talking about extorting somebody, y'all. I don't know why though. So they running the money up everywhere they can, y'all. Nigga holla, speak gently, please. I have people in the car and I don't like the way you talk, okay? Be gentle. We brothers. We'll meet to talk. Gentle my ass. Fuck you. Talk nicely, brother. Be careful. I have people in the car. Oh yeah, they talking spicy. They talking heavy, y'all. I can't read all this shit, y'all. He cussing them out. Deserve being scolded. Nigga that told him fuck you a million times. What the fuck is they talking about? They mad as shit. All right. Based on my training, let's see what the police got to say about all that shit. Dong Dong is still attempting to collect the $8,000 debt from Duke Lay that was discussed on October 31st. Dong Dong uses multiple phrases such as, actually, I could kill someone now. Motherfuck, motherfuck. Don't you try to play me. If you do, I'll cut off your throat. Do you want trouble? If you want trouble, then don't pay. In an attempt to intimidate Duke Lay into immediately paying the debt. Hello? You putting that pressure on his ass for the 8 racks. All right, here you go. Surveillance observed Duke Lay and Thong Dong, along with a third individual. All right. Duke Lay reported that he paid Thong Dong 10 stacks 2 days prior as part of a repayment of money that Duke Lay borrowed from Thong Dong over a year ago. Duke Lay reported that Duke Lay borrowed the money from a third party and had the third party write 2 $5,000 checks that he gave to Thong Dong. Agents executed a search warrant. Oh, he told on that nigga? Which is where Thong Dong resides with his wife. They looking for the safe deposit box. What? They took the keys. What? During the search, agents executed a search warrant. During the search, agents found 2 safe deposit keys. The keys were on a keychain sitting on a nightstand next to the bed. Through investigative techniques, agents were able to determine the location of the safety deposit box at Santana Bank in Chelsea, Massachusetts. Nung Ho called Thong Dong on the phone and said they took the keys. Nung did not mention any other items which were seized by agents, and only the keys that were seized. Thong Dong and Nung Ho are concerned about what was inside the safety box, since they did not mention any of the other items. During the search, agents recovered approximately $4,000. This is a relatively small amount of cash for narcotics traffickers and loan sharks. They did all that and that's all they got? Yo, that was phony. They did all that. Yo, they ain't find him with, that bullshit ass investigation, bro. Bro, they did all that shit. They ain't get no grass or nothing? What the fuck kind of investigation was that? Bro, they dropped the ball. They dropped the ball on that one, y'all. That one is sad. I think the funniest part is the fact that they Asian and it show you that they with the shit. Now, it also shows that the law don't even be really trying to get these motherfuckers, bro. Because look, they know what he up to. They know what he up to. And they stopped. What the fuck happened? They stopped right there. They bugging. Man, that's proof they be letting them slide, y'all. Talking about 100 to 200 pounds. Niggas went and hollered at the nigga about extortion. Think about that, y'all. Niggas got all that motherfucking weed coming in. It's the angle they chose to press up on them about extortion. Mohawk Boys. Oof. Oh, shit. The fuck? Mohawk Boys. We rob everyone, boys. Whoa. Who heard of these niggas? Any of y'all heard of the Mohawk Boys? They in Florida, man. Hold on. Let's see what the fuck this. The Mohawk Boys out of Florida, they said we rob everybody. Operation Strong Arm. Out of Florida. See what they talking.
Exhibit A. MBI case number 12 grams minus 58. Facts and circumstances in Ray. Mohawk Boys by Agents Abby Horsley and Agent William Powell. Affiant Agent Abby Horsley. There are two. In the year 2007, members of the Orange County Sheriff's Office Gang Enforcement Unit determined that a criminal street gang had formed in year 2005 in the Richmond Heights area of Orange County and were calling themselves the We Rob Everyone Boys. On February, Omar E. Shaw, one of the members of We Rob Everyone Boys, had been brought to Orlando Regional Medical Center with a gunshot wound on the right side of his shoulder. Another member of We Rob Everyone Boys gang, Todd Rozier, dropped off Omar E. Shaw at the hospital. Omar E. Shaw told Orlando Police Department detectives that a member of another gang, known as CUTTHROATCOMMITTEE, that was based out of Pine Hills, Orange County, Florida, had shot him, and We Rob Everyone Boys would retaliate.
Oh, he lied.
Members of the We
He
Rob
told?
Everyone Boys
What the
have
fuck?
since been documented as gang members, and those members now...
Whoa. Omar told police detectives that a member of another gang, known as Cutthroat Committee, had shot him. He told. "808, what you mean? This is gang you was talking about? You told me about this? You told me about this one?"
meet the criteria, per FS 874.03 of the Mohawk Boys gang. During investigative interviews in 2007, OPD Detective Steve Staniland obtained information that the We Rob Everyone Boys had been heavily armed with assault rifles and shotguns. At that time, the gang We Rob Everyone Boys was believed to have been responsible for numerous crimes committed in Orlando, Florida. In addition, those same members now documented per FSA 874.03 as the Mohawk Boys are believed to still continue to commit crimes crossing different jurisdictions within Central Florida. Members of the Mohawk Boys gang have an extensive history of violence and criminal activity committed by its members and associates. In 2009, the gang was determined to have adopted the name the Mohawk Boys, but still operated as a criminal gang.
Oh, this the nigga that came back. He came back to the street. Okay.
Per FS 874. Evidence reflects that the Mohawk Boys continued to meet the requirements and definition of a criminal gang set forth in FS 874.03. The Mohawk Boys are an informal organization, association, or group that has as one of its primary activities the commission of criminal or delinquent acts. The Mohawk Boys gang has 3 or more documented members that share a common name, or common identifying signs, colors, and symbols. To date, the Orange County Sheriff's Office GEU, Orange County Corrections Intelligence Unit, and the Orlando Police Department Gang Intervention Unit have documented 104 members and associates of the Mohawk Boys criminal gang, including affiliated subsets: Fly Goons, Lumberjacks, Dumb Out Boys, Kick Dough Boys, Bullet Gang, Marlin Boys, Jump Street, and Murder Gang. The Mohawk Boys and all affiliated subsets claim affiliation with Bloods Robert Walker, expert on security threat groups and street gangs in numerous states, including Florida, summarizes on his webpage gangs, or Us, Bloods culture as follows. The Blood Street Gang, originally known as the Piru Gang, began as an anti-Crip gang in the area of Piru Street in Compton, California. The Bloods formed to protect members from the Crips, and soon after, other street gangs, with the same motive, started using the names Piru and Bloods.
Bro, I swear they got a different definition of these niggas in every paperwork.
To signify their alignment with the main gang.
I swear.
Although the Bloods street gangs, or sets, are a smaller group than the Crips, they are potentially dangerous, particularly when present in any numbers.
Is that true?
The Bloods present a significant threat to correctional administrators not only due to their predatory and violent behavior, but more importantly due to their intense rivalry with the Crips. As do the Crips, the Bloods have a strong fascination with assault-type weapons. Membership, California Blood
That's
sets are
speculation.
typically from South Central
What
Los
the
Angeles.
fuck kind of shit is that?
They have similar attitudes about group loyalty and violence. Like the Crips, the Bloods love to be in the limelight. They are especially
Speculation.
arrogant
Objection.
and believe that acting naive about them conveys weakness. Bloods members will seize every opportunity to lie and portray the image that they respect
this
only
is
those
not
who are bigger and
legit.
badder. The Bloods say, as a group, that snitching or becoming an informant is forbidden. However, once removed from their group, they are usually easier to deal with, possibly due to their belief that they are shrewd businessmen. The Blood also have their own system of flashing or hand signals used to identify membership in a particular gang or set. Identifying information. Traditionally, the Blood street gangs have always worn red colors, using red bandanas or red rags, similar graffiti and graphic styles, emphasizing disrespect for Crips and Crip symbols. Recently, a new trend appears to have arisen. Bloods in some eastern states have reportedly been known to wear brown, tan and rust or burnt orange colors to represent dried blood. They have also been known
What?
to wear pink, a variation of the color red.
Bro, they didn't say green. Got him. Got him. Sometimes they mention the green. I read an indictment the other day where they did mention green.
Allies. Any gang who considers the Crips an enemy. Enemies. Crips. UNIT.
That's bullshit.
PEDBLOODNATION. Prayer and pledge. Prayer. Will I ride? Yes, I ride. Only because I bang with pride. When I die, bury me 3 feet up with red on me.
What?
Rest in sleep. Best believe I rest in the east.
What?
If I die in the street, don't forget to bang for me. If I live a G, won't forget the enemy.
What?
They lay out to rest, hit 031 upon my chest.
Nah, it's no way that's real.
Pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United Blood Nation. I pledge my heart and soul to the flag and to all my brothers and sisters in the UBNUBL or any other nation a part of the
What?
Bloods. I pledge to represent the flag to the death of me.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United Blood Nation. What?
No one or nothing will be allowed to come before my almighty Blood Nation.
What?
I give my life, as well as take one for my UBNUBL. With this oath, I pledge my life to the UBNUBL and all its sets.
Everybody pledging their life and taking oaths. Real shit, y'all. Everybody. Police, firemen, COs, gang members, goddamn judges, rappers, singers. Like, yo, everybody taking oaths, bro.
RIP, OG, Ty. Based on your affiant Abby Horsley's training and experience in research, many members and associates of the Mohawk Boys and their affiliated Bloods sub-sets have extensive criminal histories, as set out below, to include numerous violent and drug-related crimes, murder, attempted murder, armed robbery, armed home, invasion burglary, flee and elude law enforcement, theft, trespass, illegal obstruction of justice, money laundering, narcotics trafficking, and other violations of Florida state law. According to information compiled by gang investigators with the Florida Department of Law Enforcement, Orlando Police Department, Orange County Sheriff's Office, Lake County Sheriff's Office, and Seminole County Sheriff's Office, Jabbarus Nathan has been identified as the original leader of the We Rob Everyone Boys and later the Mohawk Boys. This information has been corroborated by numerous sources of information such as confidential informants, cooperating members of Mohawk Boys, and law enforcement intelligence. Santana Sutton has been identified as a temporary leader of the Mohawk Boys, whose role was to keep the gang together while Jabbarus Nathan served a prison sentence for grand theft of a motor vehicle, grand theft, and burglary to a dwelling. This information has been corroborated by numerous sources of information such as confidential informants, cooperating members of Mohawk Boys, and law enforcement intelligence. Documented members of Mohawk Boys, operating as an enterprise as defined in Chapter 895, have been identified by Agent Abby Horsley during the course of this investigation as being heavily involved in home invasion robberies, murder and sales of illegal. This criminal activity represents a pattern of racketeering activity being committed by Bloods gang members. The term 50-20s comes from a standing feud between former members of the Mohawk Boys and Jabbarus Nathan. Glenn Key, a former member of the Mohawk Boys, had been upset When Jabbarus Nathan testified against Omar Shaw for the murder of Aaron Howard Glenn, he subsequently formed the 10-90 gang. The term 10-90 is believed to mean someone is 100% committed to their gang. When Jabbarus Nathan had been released from jail, he returned to the Mohawk Boys and coined the term 5020. The term means 1,000%, to signify the Mohawk Boys are superior to anyone who claims they are 10-90. The term is also specific to the Mohawk Boys and Jabbarus Nathan. Tattoos have also shown affiliation with a specific blood set. Most notably, Jabbarus Nathan has a tattoo of a handicap symbol on the back of his neck. The wheelchair symbol is colored red, rather than the typical blue color seen on the handicap signs. The symbolism of the tattoo is a red person sitting on the letter C and expelling fecal matter on the C. It represents a blood expelling fecal matter on a crip. This tattoo has gained popularity among Mohawk Boys members. The tattoo had been seen on documented Mohawk Boys members Desha Cooper, a.k.a. D-Boy, and Bobby Wilder, a.k.a. Waldo, among others. Handicap symbol undocumented Mohawk. The hand signs that have commonly been seen used by the Mohawk Boys are specific to the members who affiliate themselves with the Mohawk Boys. The index, middle, and pinky fingers are extended with the ring finger bent, specifically referred to the number 21 for 21 Jump Street, which was designated by Jabbarus Nathan, Justin Dixon, and Santana Sutton. The second hand sign commonly used is done by having both hands intertwined in the shape of wings, for Flyboy, which references Flyboy Moses Law Entertainment. The entertainment portion of the Mohawk Boys' efforts often used to launder the proceeds of specified unlawful activity, including sales of fake narcotics and controlled substances and fraudulence. Hand symbol for Flyboy. www.ter. The recognized color for a blood set is the color red. Through numerous pictures, videos, and surveillance efforts, the color red, in clothing, bandanas, shoes, hats, and cars, has been seen to be worn by the members of the Mohawk Boys, their associates, and their affiliated subsets, who are believed to be Jabbarus Nathan, a.k.a. Armstrong. The Mohawk Boys, their associates, and their affiliated subsets are a tight-knit, violent criminal street gang whose upper-level leaders are mostly family members. Jabbarus Nathan, Santana Sutton Sr., Lincoln Granston, Travis Jackson, and Santana Sutton Jr. are all relatives and known to associate with one another on a frequent basis. Through confidential informant information, pen registers, court-ordered wire intercept, social networking sites such as MySpace and Facebook, and videos posted on YouTube, it has been shown that these subjects and other gang members and associates keep in communication with one another and outwardly show their support for one another. For example, CL1 stated that Jabbarus Nathan had been threatened by unknown male subjects. The males threatened to harm Jabbarus Nathan during a show that he had been performing at the Bad Habits Lounge in Daytona, Lucia County, Florida, on April 21, 2012. In a show of solidarity, Santana Sutton Jr., Ashley Rutland, Lincoln Granston, Santana Sutton Jr., Paul Hillman, Justin Dixon, Jimmy Revolis, and other Mohawk Boys attended the concert and stood on stage with Jabbarus Nathan. In a video posted to YouTube on April, Justin Dixon had asked the audience for the badass motherfucker who had made threats towards Jabbarus Nathan to try and attempt to carry out their threats. This type of support for Jabbarus Nathan is a common trait among Mohawk Boys, their associates, and their affiliated subsets. History has shown that the Mohawk Boys did not cease to exist when Jabbarus Nathan was sentenced to a 3-year prison sentence in 2009. Santana Sutton, Sr., subsequently took over leadership of the Mohawk Boys at that time. Once released from prison, Jabbarus Nathan resumed the leadership role of the Mohawk Boys from Santana Sutton, Sr. The ability of the Mohawk Boys, their associates, and their affiliated subsets to continue to thrive has been based on the strong leadership of the gang. In order to dismantle the entire gang, all of the trusted members have to be removed from the gang in order to prevent another family member from rising up and taking over in place of Jabbarus Nathan Justin Dixon, or Santana Sutton, Sr. Santana Sutton Sr. sold suspected MDMA pills to undercover FBI agent Alberto Rodriguez. During the transaction, Santana Sutton Jr. was present in the vehicle. Clay and SOI have confirmed that Lincoln Granston, Santana Sutton Jr., and Travis Jackson have held leadership roles over the younger members of the Mohawk Boys, their associates and their affiliated subsets, specifically including the Bullet Gang and Dumb Out Boys. There are numerous videos posted to YouTube in which Lincoln Granston and Santana Sutton Jr. are in the company of Jabberus Nathan Justin Dixon and Santana Sutton Sr. Lincoln Granston and Santana Sutton Jr. have commented in the YouTube videos that they are members of the Mohawk Boys and will stand up and fight anyone who opposes the gang. It is believed that if Jabberus Nathan Justin Dixon and Santana Sutton Sr. all become incarcerated, Lincoln Granston or Santana Sutton Jr. would assume leadership of the Mohawk Boys, as the historical pattern of activity has shown. A confidential
Bullshit.
informant is an individual who is documented with the handling agency, given a number, fully instructed on the terms of providing information to law enforcement, and instructed on the laws of entrapment. A source of information is an individual who provides intelligence information to law enforcement, but who is not documented with law enforcement. During the course of this investigation, the following
Whoa! Whoa! SOI, not a CI. Uh-oh. Look what we done found. Not documented. Ain't that a bitch? Gee Willikers. I was reading a case the other day, y'all. They had 4 rats. All of them was getting paid. All of them had charges and all of them was getting paid.
confidential informants and sources of information have been utilized or provided information that was provided to your affiant. The following is a list of those confidential informants' sources of information mentioned hereafter in this affidavit, and a brief statement qualifying the confidential informant's veracity.
Damn.
None of the confidential informants or sources of information utilized in this case have ever provided information which has led to the denial of a search warrant or to the suppression of evidence.
Oh, not only did they tell that the niggas was confidential informants, they told niggas they record, like how much shit they helped them take down. Yo, one of the niggas had like mad shit. Like nigga helped him solve a couple bodies, got mad drugs, all types of shit. Like this, you can find this shit in this paperwork. They be telling on niggas.
Potential Brady information and Giglio information is detailed as well. A. Simonus 1 is a documented Metropolitan Bureau of Investigation confidential informant and was documented in 2012. Clat 1 was a defendant in a possession of cocaine case, was seeking judicial consideration, and received credit for his/her assistance to the MBI. CI1 provided information to your affiants identifying Mohawk members, their places of residence, and facilitated undercover drug and gun purchases by law enforcement.
Bitch.
Agents have been able to independently corroborate information received from CLET 1 through surveillance, reports, and records. As of October 2012, CLET 1 was an active informant. On September 6, 2012, at the direction of agents William Powell and Abby Horsley, CLET turned herself in at the Orange County Jail for a probation violation for testing positive for cocaine and cannabis during a drug test. The violation of probation was dismissed upon recommendation of the affiants and with approval of the supervising prosecutor.
Oh, man.
B.
Nigga
Sai is a documented Metropolitan Bureau of Investigation confidential informant and was documented in 2012. CL-2 was a defendant in a trafficking in oxycodone case, was seeking judicial consideration, and received credit for his/her assistance to the MBI. Simonus 2 provided information to your affiants identifying Mohawk members, their places of residence, and facilitated undercover drug transactions by law enforcement. Agents have been able to independently corroborate information received from CLET through surveillance, reports, and records. As of October 2012, Side 2 was an active informant.
See, nigga stayed an informant. He ain't just tell to get off his charge. The nigga kept being an informant.
C.
He was active.
Sai is a documented Orange County Sheriff's Office confidential informant and was documented in 2011. CLET 3 was a defendant in a trafficking in cocaine case, was seeking judicial consideration, and received credit for his/her assistance to the Orange County Sheriff's Office. CLA-3 completed the substantial assistance agreement and later became a paid confidential informant for the
God damn it. Completed the substantial assistance agreement. Niggas got programs. He completed the program.
Orange County Sheriff's Office.
Later became a paid confidential informant. The job was good. It was easy.
Clet 3 provided information to you affiance identifying Mohawk members, their place of residence,
That's easy
and
work.
completed the purchase of illegal substances for law enforcement from Mohawk Boys members. Agents have been able to independently corroborate information received from CEI through surveillance, reports, and records.
Hold on. I ain't gonna lie. 808 guys speak up for Orlando having this many confidential informants just willing to speak and shit. You feel me? I ain't gonna lie. That what is in the water down there, or it's the temperature or something. Golly.
As of October 2012, CI was an active informant. D. Sai is a documented Orlando Police Department confidential informant and was documented in 2009. CI was a defendant in a trafficking cocaine case, was seeking judicial consideration, and received credit for her assistance to OPD.
They raining rats down there. I knew it was tropical weather down there, but they raining rats, ain't they? Golly.
CI
It's a CI tornado or a hurricane. That's what they be having, don't it? Yeah, you got a motherfucking confidential informant hurricane season down that bitch.
provided
Golly.
information to OPD officers identifying Mohawk members, their places of residence, and facilitated undercover drug purchase by law enforcement. Officers have been able to independently corroborate information received from CI through surveillance, reports, and records. Cl-4 is no longer an active source as of September 2010
Good.
because of her involvement in criminal activity, for which she is currently incarcerated in a state of Florida correctional.
He stopped telling because he got locked up.
Sai
tell
was a
us where
documented Orange County Sheriff's Office confidential informant and was documented in 2006.
Damn.
Cl-5 was a defendant in a trafficking and cocaine case, was seeking judicial consideration, and received credit for her assistance to the Orange County Sheriff's Office.
Gator rat.
Cl-5 completed the substantial assistance agreement.
Goddamn gator rat.
Cl-5 facilitated undercover drug buys with the Orange County Sheriff's Office. CL5 is no longer an active source as of 2008.
Say less.
Due to
He went on 2 years.
CL-5 fulfilling her contractual obligation with the Orange County Sheriff's
Contractual obligation? Whoa. We is learning.
Office.
Orlando do it different. They party hard down there on the rat tip, boy. Them boys crazy.
F. Sai was a documented Orange County Sheriff's Office confidential informant and was documented in 2012. CI was
We up to number 6. God.
seeking
damn.
compensation for the assistance
Whoa, he was seeking compensation. What?
provided during the investigation.
What?
Class 6 provided information and services,
Services.
which has furthered multiple investigations involving controlled substances and criminal gangs with the
Is
Orange
this
County Sheriff's
nigga?
Office. As of October 2012, CI-6 was an active informant. G. Site 7 is a
Oh my
documented
God.
Metropolitan Bureau of Investigation confidential informant and was documented in 2012. Claire was compensated monetarily for the assistance provided
Yo, they
during the
getting paid,
investigation.
y'all.
Cl-7 provided intelligence information to agents William Powell and Christina Armendariz on several occasions about the hierarchy of the Mohawk Boys and their various criminal activities. Agents have been able to independently corroborate information received from Clet through surveillance, reports, and records. As of October 2012, CI was an active informant. H. SOA provided intelligence information to your affiance on several occasions and is a documented Mohawk Boys member. SOA-1 provided information to your affiance identifying Mohawk members, their places of residence, various criminal activities, the existence of the Mohawk Boys and their structure. Agents have been able to independently corroborate information received from SOI through surveillance, reports, and records. First SOA-2 provided intelligence information to Agent Abby Horsley on several occasions and is an undocumented Mohawk Boys member. SOI, provided information identifying the history of the Mohawk Boys, their members, their places of residence, various criminal activities, the existence of the Mohawk Boys and their structure. Agents have been able to independently corroborate information received from SOI through surveillance, reports, and records. Jabberus Nathan, also known as Armstrong. Buckle. Kata. Charge. Surveillance from August 2012 through October 18, 2012, showed that Jabberus Nathan resided at 384 Oak Springs Court, DeBerry, Volusia County, Florida. GPS precision locates, physical surveillance, GPS tracking information, and intercepted calls during the wire intercept all confirm that Nathan resides at this address as of October 18, 2012. Public records, sources of information and surveillance have identified Jabberus Nathan's previous addresses as 7,603 Ferrara Ave, Orlando, Florida 32,819. Orange County, Florida 944 Bakewell CT number 206 Lake Mary, Florida 32,746 Seminole County, Florida, and 3,050 Celsius's R. Smith Street, number 1022, Orlando, Florida 32,805, known as a frequent Mohawk Boys gang hangout. Jabberus Nathan was documented as meeting the criteria of a criminal street gang member pursuant to the newly amended version of Chapter 874 that was effective October 1, 2008. Jabberus Nathan was determined to meet 4 of 11 gang member criteria set forth in Chapter 874 by the Orange County Sheriff's Office Gang Unit and the Orlando Police Department Gang Intervention Unit. NCIC-FCIC records showed 31 felony arrests, 2004 misdemeanor arrests, and the following convictions for Jabberus Nathan. Dobb, October 30th, 1980. SSN,
What I miss? My bad.
1106. FBIID, 895,398 WA Florida State ID.
All right, what I miss with the snitches, y'all? How many snitches was it?
Surveillance showed that Justin Dixon, who is also believed to have a high leadership role in the Mohawk Boys gang, resided at 138 Spring Glen Drive, DeBerry, Volusia County, Florida,
fuck
and
is
Lombardy
this
Drive,
nigga?
Deltona, Volusia County, Florida. Justin Dixon is documented as meeting the criteria of a street gang member of the Mohawk Boys. Investigation revealed that Justin Dixon frequented 4,848 Bennington Place, Orlando, Orange County, Florida, and also listed that address on records as his residence. Justin Dixon was documented as meeting the criteria of a criminal street gang associate, pursuant to the newly amended version of Chapter 874 that was effective October 1, 2008. First documented as an associate criminal street gang member pursuant to criteria in the newly amended version of Chapter 874 that was effective October 1, 2008. Colin Wilson was determined to meet one of 11 gang member criteria set forth in Chapter 874 by the Orange County Sheriff's Office Gang Unit. NCICFCEC records show one arrest for purchase of oxycodone for Colin Wilson,
Shit.
January 11th, 19. During the course of the investigation, it had been discovered that Colin Wilson had been promoter and producer for Flyboy Moses Law Entertainment, the entertainment and money laundering portion of the Mohawk Boys' efforts, and lead by Jabberus Nathan.
Bro, he they producer, bro. They wild for including him, bro. They wild for putting him in, y'all. He better had a shot somebody or something, y'all.
Colin Wilson has posted numerous messages on his Facebook wall, indicating his affiliation with the Bloods and Mohawk Boys and Jabberus Nathan. Colin Wilson has posted numerous pictures with Jabberus Nathan, Justin Dixon, and Santana Sutton on his Facebook page.
So they's trying to say he a blood. I would have, if I was Brian Steele, I would have used this in the YSL case.
Colin Wilson had also been identified by both Clayt 1 and Side 2 as an associate of Jabberus Nathan, who attended most of the Mohawk Boys concerts and confirmed that Colin Wilson is a member of the gang.
What?
The Mohawk Boys source stated that Colin Wilson has good weed and was known to carry,
What?
sell, and keep the money from all drug deals for Jabberus Nathan. Jabberus Nathan directs Colin Wilson to do the drug deals and Colin Wilson does the deals, so Jabberus Nathan will not be arrested for any drug transactions. Colin Wilson participates in the illegal drug activity as to keep Jabberus Nathan from being implicated in the sale and delivery of an illegal substance.
Bro.
Lincoln Granston, also known as Polly D.
Yo,
Charge.
they put him in the mix dirty. Yo, they got him in the mix dirty. That boy was just selling weed and recording them boys' music. That boy, ain't no way that boy was in the game. But fuck it, throw him in. Throw him in. Yup. Throw his ass in. He was the leader.
Members of the Mohawk Boys, to include Jabberus Nathan and Justin Dixon, boast on social media sites such as YouTube and Facebook about various criminal activities they have committed and participated in. The following history corroborates the type of lifestyle that they believe enhances and legitimizes their gangster reputation
Oh my God.
and demonstrates that they are not merely embellishing their claims that they make in rap songs and interviews. The majority of the Mohawk Boys grew up in the Richmond Heights area of Orlando, Orange County, Florida, which became, and still continues to be, an established gang territory for the Mohawk Boys. Both CLA and SOI state that Richmond Heights continues to remain a fertile recruiting area and stronghold for the Mohawk Boys.
Yo.
On March 31, 1993, OPD officer Richard Albert responded to 4441 Marshall Street, Orlando, Orange County, Florida, located in Richmond Heights, in reference to a sexual battery. The victim,
What?
Stephanie Heath, told Officer Richard Albert that Justin Dixon had sex with Stephanie Heath without her permission. Stephanie Heath told Officer Richard Albert that Justin Dixon had laid Stephanie Heath on the bed and then had sexual intercourse without the permission of Stephanie Heath. Stephanie Heath later dropped the sexual battery charge because Stephanie Heath felt that no one believed her story. The above incident showed Justin Dixon's propensity for violence, even as a juvenile.
Whoa, they brought in Whoa, what? Shorty dropped the charges and they still bought this shit in? And he was a juvenile? What the fuck?
On October 7, 1993, Orlando Police Department officer Sharon Norfus arrested Jabberus Nathan for possession of crack cocaine.
Damn.
Jabberus Nathan had approximately $80 worth of crack cocaine in his shoe. Officer Sharon Norfus was told by a witness that Jabberus Nathan had admitted that they were drugs and that Jabberus Nathan had said he sold them. Jabberus Nathan had been arrested and taken to the juvenile detention center. Jabberus Nathan had been adjudicated guilty as a juvenile. The crime is the beginning of Jabberus Nathan's long history of selling drugs. On October 13, 1994, OPD officers Ernest Jackson and Ralph Mills responded to 2,821 LB McLeod Road, Orlando, Orange County, Florida, in reference to an aggravated assault with a firearm. Officer Ernest Jackson met with Jabberus Nathan, Walker, and Burton. Officer Ralph Mills met with the victims, Zoe, Barnes, and Bosket. No first names were provided in the report. The victims, Zoe, Barnes, and Bosket, stated that Jabberus Nathan, Walker, and Burton arrived at LB McLeod Road, Orlando, Orange County, Florida, in a 1985 Buick LeSabre, Florida tag H. Chi. Victim Barnes observed Jabberus Nathan pass a firearm to Walker. Jabberus Nathan, Walker, and Burton exited the vehicle and began to argue with Zoe, Barnes, and Bosket. Bosket told Jabberus Nathan, Walker, and Burton to leave. An argument ensued between all parties. During the argument, Walker lifted his shirt and exposed a gun and threatened to shoot Zoe, Barnes, and Bosket. Officer Jackson contacted Jabberus Nathan, Walker, and Burton, who occupied the 1985 Buick LeSabre, Florida tag H. Chi at 3000 138 Rio Lane, Orlando, Orange County, Florida. The gun had not been located. Jabarus Nathan, Walker, and Burton were arrested for aggravated assault with a firearm. Jabarus Nathan Walker and Burton were issued a judicial warning to stay away from the victims in the case. No other action was taken. The crime occurred in the area of Richmond Heights and showed Jabarus Nathan to have access to firearms, even as a juvenile. On June, Jabarus Nathan was arrested as a juvenile for possession of cocaine, sale and delivery of cocaine, and violation of probation. The case files containing the details of the case were destroyed per Florida records law. On June 19, 1995, OPD officer Gregory Vasturino responded to a recovered stolen vehicle at 1001 West Washington Street, Orlando, Orange County, Florida. The vehicle had been found in a field with 3 tires missing. On June 25, 1995, the victim reported that the stolen tires were on a vehicle at the Magic Mall.
What?
The vehicle with the stolen tires on it was owned by Santana Sutton Sr., who told OPD detectives that Santana Sutton Sr. bought the tires from a man named Red, who was later identified as Owen Gray. The case was closed with no one arrested for the theft of the vehicle or the tires. On February 21st, 19...
Oh, how the fuck that work? How the fuck? Yo, how the fuck that work?
96. OPD officer David Vernon conducted a traffic stop on a 1991 beige Mercury, Florida tag MBSU. The driver of the vehicle, Santana Sutton Sr., stopped at 2184 Liston Court, Orlando, Orange County, Florida, exited the vehicle, and walked quickly towards the hood of the Mercury, ignoring Officer David. Vernon's command, Santana Sutton Sr., was detained while OPD officers Timothy Baggett and Eric Smith searched the vehicle. A loaded chrome caliber semi-automatic handgun was located in Santana Sutton SRS right jacket pocket, and 23.1 grams of individually packaged crack cocaine was located in the left pocket of Santana Sutton SRS jacket. Santana Sutton, Sr., was charged with possession of a firearm by a convicted felon, possession of a firearm in the commission of a felony, armed possession of cocaine, resisting an officer without violence, and driving while license suspended. Santana Sutton, Sr., was convicted of possession of a firearm by a convicted felon, possession of cocaine with intent to sell, deliver with a weapon, and resisting an officer without violence, and was sentenced to 30 months in the Department of Corrections.
At least he
This
went to
crime
jail.
showed Santana Sutton Sr. to have access to firearms and his criminal career to begin in Richmond Heights. On June 29, 1996, victim Ronald Balcom called the Orlando Police Department to report that his vehicle had been stolen. The investigation showed that Michael Pickett and Marcus Pickett were suspected of stealing Ronald Balcom's vehicle. Marcus Pickett stated that he was with Justin Dixon at the time the vehicle had been stolen. Marcus Pickett and Michael Pickett are cousins to Justin Dixon, and agents believe this is around the time Justin Dixon began to use some type of an organization to commit crimes. No charges were filed in this case. On September, Loretta Thomas contacted the Orlando Police Department to report her son, Justin Dixon, had stolen a caliber semi-automatic pistol owned by Loretta Thomas. Justin Dixon did not have permission to take the gun. The gun was returned by Justin Dixon on September 5, 1996, and Loretta Thomas told OPD Detective Jonathan Pinder that Justin Dixon took the gun as protection from some friends who were threatening Justin Dixon, and that Loretta Thomas no longer desired prosecution. The incident showed how readily accessible firearms were to Justin Dixon, even at an early age. On November 7, 1996, OPD officer Ralph Mills responded to 4505 Marshall Street, Orlando, Orange County, Florida, located in Richmond Heights, in reference to a strong-arm robbery. OPD officer Ralph Mills met with victim Nicholas Smith, who stated that he was walking home from the bus stop when Charles Walker offered to give Nicholas Smith a ride home in Charles Walker's blue and white in color, 1985 Oldsmobile. Nicholas Smith accepted the offer and got in the rear driver's seat of the vehicle. Jabarus Nathan had been in the front passenger seat of the vehicle and observed a gold chain around Nicholas Smith's neck. At that time, Nicholas Smith only knew Jabarus Nathan as Shaq. Jabberus Nathan asked to see Nicholas Smith's chain, and
What?
Nicholas Smith took the chain off and handed it to Jabberus Nathan.
What?
As Charles Walker approached Nicholas Smith's
It's
house,
11
Nicholas Smith
o'clock.
asked Jabberus Nathan to give back the chain.
What?
Jabberus Nathan refused and put the chain around his neck. Jabberus Nathan and Nicholas Smith began to argue until Jabberus Nathan reached under the passenger seat. Thinking Jabberus Nathan was going to grab a gun, Nicholas Smith exited the vehicle. Charles Walker also exited the vehicle and hit Nicholas Smith in the face. Jabberus Nathan then attempted to hit Nicholas Smith as well. Nicholas Smith ran away and then returned home where he called the police. While filling out a police report, Charles Walker was located and detained by OPD officers. Charles Walker did not know the location of Jabberus Nathan, but gave the same story as Nicholas Smith about the incident, but stated that Nicholas Smith hit Charles Walker first. OPD officer Ralph Mills spoke with a witness, who preferred to remain anonymous, who stated Charles Walker hit Nicholas Smith first, and Jabberus Nathan tried to jump into the fight. Jabberus Nathan had not been located, but Charles Walker's father, Bobby Red, arrived at the scene and offered to pay for the chain in order to keep Nicholas Smith from pressing charges. An agreement had been worked out between Bobby Red and Barbara Myers, mother of Nicholas Smith. No charges were filed for strong-arm robbery in the case.
That's some bullshit.
On October 1, 1996, OPD's TSC unit arrested Santana Sutton Jr. on arrest, warrants for armed possession of cocaine with intent to deliver at 4,133
armed
Cepeda
possession of
Street,
cocaine.
Orlando, Orange County, Florida, located in Richmond Heights. On December 18, 1996, OPD officer Richard Bailey responded to 1,894 Aaron Avenue, Orlando, Orange County, Florida, located in Richmond Heights, and met with victim Whitney Sutton, who stated that Santana Sutton Sr., her husband of 6 days, had
What?
repeatedly struck her in the face and stomach area, rendering her unconscious. Santana Sutton Sr. had fled the scene, and at-large charges were filed for domestic violence battery. The case was
man.
nolle prossed by the state attorney's office. On
What?
December 31, 1996,
Nah.
a 1997 white Dodge truck, Florida tag VTL, was reported stolen and recovered by OPD officer Jose Velez. The investigation led to suspects Justin Dixon and Mikael Kyler, who had been seen driving the stolen vehicle. The information was forwarded to the Orange County Sheriff's Office Auto Theft Unit with no prosecution. On April 3, 1997, OPD Officer Miller attempted to conduct a traffic stop on an occupied stolen vehicle driven by a black male in the area of King Cole Boulevard in Orange County, Florida. The black male ran the vehicle up onto the sidewalk at 4,473 Kirkland Boulevard, Orlando, Orange County, Florida, located in Richmond Heights, and fled through a series of backyards. The vehicle was reported stolen by Alan Roby on March 4, 1997. On April 4, 1997, Officer Miller conducted a bicycle stop at Willie Mays Parkway and King Cole Boulevard in Orange County, Florida, located in Richmond Heights. On a black male he recognized to be the driver of the stolen vehicle he attempted to stop on April 3, 1997. The male identified himself as Charles P. and ran away from Officer Miller while Officer Miller was fingerprinting the male. The male was tracked to Marshall Street, where it was revealed by a source that the male lived at 4,474 Marshall Street, Orlando, Orange County, Florida, and went by the name Justin. The photograph taken on the previous day by Officer Miller and the fingerprints were discovered to match Justin Dixon. Officer Miller filed at-large charges for grand theft auto and 2 counts of resisting an officer without violence with the state attorney's office. Justin Dixon was not prosecuted by the state attorney's office.
What?
On May
What?
5,
How the fuck?
1997,
How?
victim Vinnie Jackson reported to the Orlando Police Department that Vinnie Jackson's vehicle tag was stolen by an unknown person. On May 12, 1997, the stolen vehicle tag was discovered by an Orange County deputy to be on a vehicle owned by Justin Dixon. The tag was seized and placed into OPD evidence.
Bro.
No charges were filed by OPD against Justin Dixon for theft of the vehicle tag.
How?
On May 21, 1997, OPD officer Jose Velez responded to a home invasion or robbery in which unknown black males wearing ski masks
Oh.
stole a safe containing 10 silver bars, a buffalo nickel,
Yeah.
and miscellaneous papers.
Yeah, cuz.
A description of the males was
Yeah.
broadcast to OPD units in the area. Officer Danny Sitters located a black male matching the description of one of the suspects in the area of Willie Mays Parkway
10
and Walden
silver
Place
bars,
in
nigga.
Orange County, Florida, located in Richmond Heights. The male was later identified as Justin Dixon. While on scene with Officer Danny Sitters, Justin Dixon attempted to run away, but was detained by Officer Danny Sitters. The victims identified Justin Dixon as one of the males who participated in the home
Damn.
invasion. Justin Dixon was named as a suspect in the home invasion but was never prosecuted in the case.
Nah. No. No. Nope. No. Nah, bro. No. Fucking way. Oh, that's enough. That's enough. No fucking way. Fucking way. It's no fucking way.
I be pushing heavy machinery through Conway, Mississippi, Pop base at the Ritchie. But you know my ombre get them brickies, gritting in the trenches. Let me know that shit done when you finish, critical condition. I done left my victims in intensive when it's risky business. Just another one-way trip to Venice, was gone for too long. Left out of the raw head, dope sick. American flag mad, go red 4/5. Blue tips in the clip, on some boy head, whole shit, ferocious. All praise to the host with the mostest. We smoking lows through the posters, don't overdose on the dosage. 4 kicks through a cleft note, I make the blow do aerobics, the flow sick like strep throat mixed with pneumonia and COVID and high demand. Back by popular vote, I was goated, it's game time, but don't need no remote control to control it. Fighting floaters, facing letters, bro, all day they say forever. Had 3 shootouts out on bond, I damn near violated tether. Skid it, they plotted, I red dotted, spotted, got it, let's kill it. No problem, who shot you? The robbers and killers, they vouching. My hitters, they bouncing out with choppers. No power in prison, the mover, mount, the robbers, killers, and shooters, they vouch. Wide shut, shit that I done seen in Leo eyes.
They vouching.
Man down, man, they let my AK with my side tuck. High as fuck, pockets in my skinnies, you know man stuff. Your time in that coffin gon' be way longer than that 9 months. 100K the long way, 50,000 tied up. 40s in my link to match these pointers in my ice bucks. Slapping all these balls of the Vezo got me iced up. 700 grams in an empty box of rice puffs. Baking soda mix and Boj asked me what's that white stuff. Caked up on the side of my Rex like some pie crust. Why must I be like that? How much I bleed the trap, don't chase the cat, I'll tame the dog. Then let them eat the scraps. Niggas caught me at the airport. Thought it was checkmate. A walking lotto ticket, ride me, you hit the sweepstakes. Brutus the barber beefcake. We play for keepsakes, was fresh out of the spittle.
bitch.
$250,000 my neck brace.
Yeah, bitch. They forgot. It's 101.9 radio, bitch. I'm still tuned in.
On May 27, 1997, OPD officer Aaron Lasher arrested Justin Dixon for sale and delivery of cocaine and possession of cannabis less than 20 grams. Dixon attempted to dispose of a cigar container containing crack cocaine when Justin Dixon was approached by Officer Aaron Lasher in the 2100 block of Willie Mays Boulevard, Orlando, Orange County, Florida, located in Richmond Heights. Officer Aaron Lasher found cannabis on Justin Dixon after searching Justin. Justin Dixon was charged with sale and delivery of cocaine and possession of cannabis. Justin Dixon pleaded to the charge of possession of cannabis, and the sale and deliver of cocaine charge
Alright.
was dropped.
Well,
On June
goddamn
2nd,
it.
1997, OPD officer Rosa Horace responded to 4404 Marshall Street, Orlando, Orange County, Florida, located in Richmond Heights, in reference to a battery. Victim Denise Wilcox stated she was playing with her Super Soaker outside on Marshall Street when she accidentally sprayed the Super Soaker into a passing vehicle driven by Justin Dixon. A few minutes later, Justin Dixon returned to Denise Wilcox's location with what appeared to be a gun in his hand.
What?
Denise Wilcox ran to her friend's house to hide from Justin Dixon. Later in the evening, Justin Dixon confronted Denise Wilcox and slapped her in the mouth for spraying the Super Soaker into the vehicle.
What?
At-large charges were filed with the state attorney's office. Justin Dixon was prosecuted for the charge of battery, but the charges were dropped due to the victim not cooperating.
Bro.
On July 25, 1997, OPD officers responded to 3930 Columbia Street, Orlando, Orange County, Florida, located in Richmond Heights, in reference to an armed commercial robbery. The victim was robbed by two black males inside the store and shot. The victim was pronounced dead at the scene.
Damn.
On July 26, 1997, OPD officers responded to the Holiday Inn Express, located at 3330 West Colonial Drive, Orlando, Orange County, Florida, in reference to a tip regarding the whereabouts of the homicide suspects. The hotel manager stated the suspects had been in room 140. A
Damn.
cordon was established around the hotel,
Oh, shit.
but a white Hyundai Elantra was seen speeding away from the hotel.
Oh, shit, they gone.
The vehicle was found abandoned
got
and
out of
running in
there.
Lake Man Homes, Orange County, Florida.
What?
The vehicle returned to the hotel at 0200 hours on July 27, 1997, and 4 occupants were
How the hell did they get away?
discovered in the room. Shawnee Holland, Justin Dixon, Mikael Kyler, and Rachel Berry.
Yeah.
Jason Allen and Mikael Kyler were arrested and convicted of the homicide. Justin Dixon refused to be interviewed and was served with subpoenas regarding the case. Justin Dixon was not charged in the case.
What? Hold on. Oh, he wasn't involved.
On October 21, 1997, victim Charles Babb reported to the Orlando Police Department that Charles Babb's vehicle had been stolen. The vehicle was recovered by OPD Officer Levitt on October 30, 1997, with the vehicle tag was missing. On November 4, 1997, OPD officers Dave Fernandez and Darnell Hill conducted a traffic stop on a blue Oldsmobile. The Oldsmobile had the stolen vehicle tag attached. The driver of the vehicle was Justin Dixon, who stated to officers Dave Fernandez and Darnell Hill that the tag was given to Justin Dixon by his cousin, known only as Russ. The tag was taken by OPD officers and placed into evidence. No charges were filed against Justin Dixon regarding the stolen tag.
Nah, bro. Nah, bro. He's a fucking plank. This nigga is allowed to get away with crime.
Tag. On December 6, 1997, OPD officer Derwin Bradley responded to 3543 Domino Court, Orlando, Orange County, Florida, in reference to a domestic battery. OPD officer Bradley met with Filoni Starling, located in the Richmond Heights area, who stated that her boyfriend Jabaris Nathan had grabbed her by the neck and choked her while they were arguing. Filoni Starling managed to grab their baby out of the car and run into her apartment. Jabaris Nathan had later been contacted by OPD officer Derwin Bradley and stated that Filoni Starling had started to hit and scratch Jabaris Nathan while they were in an argument over Filoni Starling. Seeing another man, Jabaris Nathan stated that Filoni Starling became upset and bit Jabaris Nathan in the head. Jabaris Nathan then grabbed Filoni Starling by the neck and pushed her off. OPD officer Bradley observed a bite mark and scratches on the side of Jabaris Nathan's head. Charges were filed against Filoni Starling for domestic battery. The charges were dropped due to the victim being uncooperative. On December 22, 1997, OPD officers Hobart Henson and Joseph Murray observed Justin Dixon sell crack cocaine to Jerry Reed.
Damn.
Justin Dixon threw the crack cocaine away when Justin Dixon observed Officer Hobart Henson and Officer Joseph Murray approach. Justin Dixon and Jerry Reed were arrested.
How
Justin
he throw it
Dixon was
away?
convicted of sale and delivery of cocaine, possession of cocaine, and violation of probation by the Orange County State Attorney's Office. On December, Jabarus Nathan was arrested as a juvenile for grand theft of a motor vehicle. Jabarus Nathan had been charged with burglary of a conveyance and grand theft of a motor vehicle by the State Attorney's Office. The case files containing the details of the case were destroyed per Florida records law. Jabarus Nathan was adjudicated guilty for the burglary of a conveyance and committed to a Level 6 juvenile detention program as a result. On January 19, 1998, OPD officer Darnell Hill stopped a white two-door Delta with occupants Leroy Shaw, Justin Dixon, and Demetrius Hardy. The vehicle had a stolen tag attached. Leroy Shaw was arrested for possession of cocaine. Justin Dixon and Demetrius Hardy were released at the scene. Demetrius Hardy is a documented member of the Mohawk Boys, and the incident showed Justin Dixon to begin committing crimes with future gang members. On January, Jabarus Nathan and Paul Hillman were arrested for drug charges by OPD officers Chris Myers and April Brunner. After the OPD officers observed Jabarus Nathan and Paul Hillman conduct several hand-to-hand drug transactions with vehicles that had stopped and purchased cannabis from them on Liston Court, Orlando, Orange County, Florida, located in Richmond Heights. Jabarus Nathan and Paul Hillman attempted to run away from the OPD officers while being detained. Jabarus Nathan had thrown 4 small bags of cannabis on the ground while fleeing. OPD officers Chris Myers and April Brunner recovered approximately 65 grams of cannabis. Jabarus Nathan admitted to Officer Chris Myers that Jabarus Nathan and Paul Hillman had bagged it, meaning to package the cannabis for individual sale. Jabarus Nathan was charged with possession of cannabis with intent to sell or deliver, possession of cannabis greater than 20 grams, and violation of probation. Jabarus Nathan received 2 years of drug offender probation for possession of cannabis with intent to sell, deliver, and was adjudicated guilty for violation of probation. Paul Hillman is a documented Mohawk Boys gang member. On March 30, 1998, OPD officer Kevin Williams was conducting an investigation into a stolen vehicle at Silhouette's nightclub, 7430 Republic Drive, Orlando, Orange County, Florida. An anonymous citizen told Officer Kevin Williams that a black male was looking into cars and trying door handles of vehicles in the parking lot. When Officer Kevin Williams walked to the area the citizen had observed the suspicious male, Officer Kevin Williams found the stolen vehicle. Justin Dixon came out of the club and approached Officer Kevin Williams, stating the stolen vehicle belonged to Justin Dixon. Officer Kevin Williams stated the vehicle also had a stolen tag attached, and the story Justin Dixon told Officer Kevin Williams was inconsistent. The vehicle and tag were seized. No charges were filed against Justin Dixon for grand theft auto. On April, Jabarus Nathan was arrested as an adult.
He stole the car, was at the club. The police found it. When the police approached him and told him that the car was stolen and the story wasn't right, he didn't get charged? What the fuck?
By the Orange County Sheriff's Office and charged with inciting riots, criminal mischief, criminal conspiracy, and violation of probation. The case files containing the details of the incident were destroyed per Florida records law. Jabarus Nathan pled guilty to inciting riots and violation of probation. The charge of criminal mischief was dismissed by the state attorney's office. Jabarus Nathan spent 9 months in Orange County Jail and served 2 years of supervised probation as a result. On June 15, 1998, OPD officer Demetrius Ford conducted a traffic stop on a blue Buick LeSabre, Florida tag URW. Justin Dixon exited the driver's side of the vehicle and threw a clear orange baggie and a brown cigar tube underneath the LeSabre before approaching Officer Demetrius Ford. The passenger of the vehicle was Brenton Cross. Officer Demetrius Ford retrieved the baggie and cigar tube from underneath the driver's side of the car. The tube contained crack cocaine, and the baggie contained cannabis. Justin Dixon was arrested for possession of cocaine and possession of cannabis less than 20 grams. Justin Dixon was adjudicated guilty for possession of cocaine and received 6 months in the Orange County Jail. Brenton Cross is an undocumented Mohawk Boys member. On July 28, 1998, OPD Officer Hobart Henson and OPD Sergeant Allison Skiles arrested Justin Dixon and Charlie Johnson. Officer Hobart Henson and Sergeant Allison Skiles observed Justin Dixon sell crack cocaine to Charlie Johnson on Willie Mays Parkway in Orange County, Florida. As Officer Hobart Henson and Sergeant Allison Skiles approached Justin Dixon, he threw the crack cocaine behind his back. The
What?
crack cocaine was recovered and tested positive. Justin Dixon was charged and convicted
Don't
of
do
sale
a
and delivery of
motherfucking Jason
cocaine by
Kidd
Orange
pass.
County State Attorney's Office on November 7, 1998, while assisting with a homicide scene.
Whoa.
OPD Officer Patrick Picciano heard a loud crash from approximately 40 feet away and subsequently observed that a white Ford had backed into a green Pontiac.
Oh, my God.
The driver of the white Ford had been Jabarus Nathan, who at first identified himself to OPD Officer Patrick Picciano as Charles Walker.
What?
Date of birth November 3, 1978. Two other males exited the white Ford and attempted to find the owner of the green Pontiac. They did not return and were never identified. Jabarus Nathan then attempted to flee the scene on foot, but had been
What?
apprehended by OPD Officer Patrick Picciano. Jabarus Nathan stated that he ran and lied about his name because he had a warrant. The warrant was a juvenile custody order for possession of cocaine. A firearm had been located under the driver's seat of the vehicle with 5 bullets in it. The firearm was later test-fired with positive results. Jabarus Nathan was charged with improper exhibition of weapon or firearm, resisting an officer without violence, and violation of probation by the state attorney's office. Jabarus Nathan was adjudicated guilty on all charges. On July 8, 1999, OPD Officer Robert Baer conducted a traffic stop on a brown Chevrolet station wagon, Florida tag HG. The driver and only occupant of the vehicle, Santana Sutton Sr., was arrested for driving with no valid driver's license. While being searched by Corrections Officer Pagano, Santana Sutton Sr. removed a baggie containing what was believed to be cocaine from his person and ingested it, in order to avoid company Pagano taking possession of it. Santana Sutton Sr. collapsed as a result of ingesting the baggie of cocaine and was transported to the nearest hospital. Santana Sutton Sr. was released on July 8, 1999, and transported back to the Orange County Jail. The baggie of cocaine was not recovered. Santana Sutton Sr. was charged with driving with no valid driver's license, possession of drug paraphernalia, possession of cocaine,
What?
destruction of evidence, and introduction of narcotics into a correction facility. The charges were later dismissed by the state attorney's office with no reason given. On March 14,
Yeah.
2000, an attempted robbery occurred at Domino's
Told you,
Pizza,
eat that
located
shit.
at 2108 Bruton
That
Boulevard,
nigga fainted, though.
Orlando, Orange County, Florida, located in Richmond Heights, when a Domino's Pizza delivery driver opened the front door of the business to leave, and 3 black males approached. 2 of the black males had been holding guns in their hands and had masks covering their faces. The 3rd black male had a gun and used his other hand to cover his face.
What?
At gunpoint, the suspects tried to make the delivery driver open the door, and one of the suspects placed the gun close to the delivery driver's head. When the delivery driver could not open the door, the suspect without the mask, later positively identified Adam Sutton, BAEM, Dobbs, September 29, 1974, used his gun to hit delivery driver in the back of the head, and the suspect subsequently fled on foot. On March 15, 2000, Orlando Police Department officers stopped a 1981 tan Champagne Pontiac, bearing a Florida tag #A operated by Jabarus Nathan, after it appeared to case the Domino's Pizza. Jabarus Nathan said that he and his cousins Adam Sutton and Santana Sutton Sr., and a black male known only as Curtis, had been in the vehicle with Jabarus Nathan, but Jabarus Nathan did not know the reason why the others had run. Adam Sutton is an undocumented Mohawk Boys member, and the above-described incident showed Jabarus Nathan and Santana Sutton Sr. committing violent crimes together in Richmond Heights. On March 16, 2000, at approximately 15:10 hours, OPD Officer April Brunner and OPD Officer Ronald Rohde arrested Santana Sutton Sr. for possession of a counterfeit controlled substance with intent to sell, possession of cannabis with intent to sell, possession of more than 20 grams of cannabis, resisting a Leo without violence, and for tampering with or destroying physical evidence in the 2000 block of Liston Court, Orlando, Orange County, Florida. Located in Richmond Heights, OPD Officer April Brunner later interviewed Santana Sutton Sr., at police headquarters after Murata Santana Sutton Sr. stated, "You caught me dirty," and admitted to supplying cocaine to street-level drug dealers, who then resold it to users. On March 26, 2000, OPD officer James Parker responded to 3082 CR Smith Street, number 504, Orlando, Orange County, Florida, located in the Richmond Heights area, and a Mohawk Boys stronghold, in reference to a domestic disturbance. The investigation showed that Jabarus Nathan had choked and thrown Filoni Starling to the ground. Jabarus Nathan threatened to kill Filoni Starling, and then fled the apartment prior to law enforcement's arrival. At-large charges for battery domestic violence were filed on Jabarus Nathan. On April, Darisha Tucker reported a battery to OPD officer Danny Stallworth. Darisha Tucker stated that Justin Dixon approached her at the Amoco gas station, located at Bruton Boulevard, Orlando, Orange County, Florida, located in the Richmond Heights area, and hit Darisha Tucker for refusing to date Justin Dixon. Darisha Tucker told Officer Danny Stallworth that Justin Dixon then came to her residence, located at 4404 Marshall Street, Orlando, Orange County, Florida, located in Richmond Heights, and threatened to harm Darisha Tucker. Charges for battery were filed with the state attorney's office, but Justin Dixon was not prosecuted. On May 18, 2000, OPD officer Matthew Floater, working in an undercover capacity, purchased approximately 10 grams of cannabis from Santana Sutton Sr. in the 2100 block Liston Court, Orlando, Orange County, Florida, located in Richmond Heights. OPD officers subsequently arrested Santana Sutton Sr. and found approximately 1.5 grams of crack cocaine in his left rear pocket. Santana Sutton Sr. pled guilty to possession of cocaine and sale and delivery of cannabis. On August 23, 2000, OPD officers Jesse Day and Patrick Guckian responded to 1894 Aaron Avenue, Orlando, Orange County, Florida, located in Richmond Heights, and met with victim Whitney Adams, who stated that earlier on that date Santana Sutton Sr. had placed his hands around her throat and choked her. At-large charges were filed. On January 3, 2001, OPD officers Andre Croteau and Ronald Satalante attempted to stop a blue 1982 Buick two-door vehicle, Florida tag CH, at Willie Mays Parkway and Wheatley Street in Orange County, Florida, located in Richmond Heights. The driver of the vehicle refused to stop even though Officer Andre Croteau and Officer Ronald Satalante had their overhead emergency lights and sirens activated. The male driver pulled into the driveway of 4474 Marshall Street, Orlando, Orange County, Florida, located in Richmond Heights. The male identified himself as Alan M. Cube to Officer Andre Croteau. It was later discovered the male lied about his identity, and Officer Andre Croteau discovered his identity had been Justin Dixon. Justin Dixon was arrested, charged, and convicted of fleeing and eluding a law enforcement officer, providing false information to a law enforcement officer, and violation of probation. Justin Dixon served less than a year for the charges. On January 9, 2001, OPD officer Gregory Colin responded to 4161 Kirkland Boulevard, Orlando, Orange County, Florida, located in Richmond Heights, in reference to a stolen vehicle. The victim, Dennis Lewis, stated that Santana Sutton Sr. had stolen the vehicle when Dennis Lewis went into the gas station to purchase beer. The vehicle was later recovered in the Sand Lake area of Orange County, Florida, and towed to Country Credit Card. It was noted there were several bullet holes on the left side of the vehicle. No charges were filed against Santana Sutton Sr. for the offense. On January 13, 2001, OPD officers Nickel Russell and April Brunner conducted a traffic stop on a blue 1982 Buick two-door vehicle. Florida tagged TH after the vehicle almost struck the officer Nickel Russell's vehicle, ran a stop sign, and failed to initially stop for Officer Nickel Russell. Justin Dixon was identified as the driver of the vehicle, and Louis Jones as the passenger. Louis Jones was arrested for possession of cocaine. Justin Dixon was arrested for possession of cannabis less than 20 grams and driving with a suspended license. Justin Dixon was adjudicated guilty for possession of cannabis less than grams. Justin Dixon served days in Orange County Jail for the charge. On April 3, 2001, OPD officer Anthony Moreschi conducted a traffic stop on a vehicle operated by Eric McKay, with Adam Sutton as the front passenger. 8.3 grams of cocaine and 198.5 grams of cannabis were recovered from the vehicle. Eric McKay and Adam Sutton were charged with possession of cannabis over 20 grams with intent to sell, deliver, and possession of cocaine. The crime showed two future Mohawk Boys committing criminal acts together. On November 18, 2001, OPD Sergeant Paul Tracy made contact with a blue Buick LeSabre convertible, Florida registration TXGA, after witnesses said the driver had pointed a handgun at them at 3201 West Colonial Drive, Orlando, Orange County, Florida. The driver, Michael Jones, was found to be in possession of a Ruger 9mm handgun and subsequently arrested. Jabbarus Nathan and Cleveland Johnson had both been backseat passengers in the Buick and had been released. Michael Jones is a documented Mohawk Boys member, and the incident showed Jabbarus Nathan and Michael Jones beginning to commit crimes as an organization. On December, Jabbarus Nathan had at-large charges filed on him by OPD officer William Eastwood for possession of cocaine with intent to distribute. Earlier on that date, a CI had negotiated to purchase $150 of crack cocaine from Jabbarus Nathan at the corner of Tampa Avenue at Orange Center Boulevard, Orlando, Orange County, Florida, located in the Richmond Heights area, and upon Jabbarus Nathan's arrival, OPD officer William Eastwood had smelled burnt cannabis emitting from Jabbarus Nathan's vehicle. OPD officer William Eastwood searched Jabbarus Nathan and found approximately 2 grams of crack cocaine on Jabbarus Nathan. The state attorney's office did not file charges on the case.
What? What?
On December, Justin Dixon was arrested by OPD officer Andre Tankovich and OPD officer Hank Wong for sale and delivery of cocaine within feet of a place of worship. Justin Dixon had been in the middle of a drug transaction with Jeffrey Yarbrough when Officer Andre Tankovich and Officer Hank Wong approached the two. Justin Dixon threw the crack cocaine under a black Ford Tempo that had been parked near where the drug transaction took place. The crack cocaine was recovered by Officer Hank Wong. Justin Dixon was prosecuted and convicted for possession of cocaine and served 126 days of the 2-year prison sentence. On November 17, 2001, OPD officer Charles Mays responded to Crossroads Court, Orlando, Orange County, Florida, located in Richmond Heights, in reference to victim Tiffany Golden reporting the father of Tiffany Golden's children, Justin Dixon, had committed a battery and burglary to Tiffany Golden's residence. Justin Dixon had entered Tiffany Golden's apartment on November 17, 2001, and asked for a cell phone that Justin Dixon had left there. After receiving the phone from Justin Dixon's son, Justin Dixon ripped the landline telephone out of the wall and left, but returned 20 minutes later and asked Tiffany Golden for Justin Dixon's belongings. Tiffany Golden requested Justin Dixon to have his mother pick up the items. Justin Dixon became angry and pushed Tiffany Golden. On December, Tiffany Golden called the Orlando Police Department once again to report that Justin Dixon had threatened to harm Tiffany Golden. Justin Dixon entered the apartment while Tiffany Golden and her boyfriend were present. Justin Dixon told Tiffany Golden and the boyfriend that Justin Dixon was not going to pull a gun out in front of Justin Dixon's children, but threatened to harm Tiffany Golden and the boyfriend, and lifted Justin Dixon's shirt and exposed an unknown caliber revolver in the waistband of Justin Dixon's pants. Charges were filed against Justin Dixon for aggravated stalking with a credible threat and criminal mischief. Justin Dixon was not prosecuted by the state attorney's office because the SAO was unable to locate the key witness. On January 3, 2002, OPD officer Todd Herb, working in an undercover capacity, purchased crack cocaine from Justin Dixon and Kizzy McGee, a documented Mohawk Boys associate member, in the 900 block West Livingston Street, Orlando, Orange County, Florida. Immediately after the deal, Justin Dixon was arrested but identified himself as Durrell Sykes. Justin Dixon was charged and prosecuted as Durrell Sykes. Justin Dixon.
Hell no. What the fuck? Soon as he got fingerprint, that shit would have brought him back. He would have came up as Justin. Fuck you mean he was prosecuted as Darrell Sykes?
Dixon was convicted for sale and delivery of cocaine under the name Darrell Sykes.
What?
The conviction is noted under Justin Dixon's criminal history, and Justin Dixon's name is listed as an AKA in the police report from the Orlando Police Department. On June 29, 2003, the Extended Stay America, located at 5620 Major Boulevard, Orlando, Orange County, Florida, had been robbed by an unidentified black male who had pointed a black-in-color revolver at the front desk clerk. The unidentified black male had been given approximately $400 from the front desk clerk and then fled the scene. A fingerprint belonging to Jabarus Nathan had been recovered from the front desk. No other probable cause had been established, and OPD did not file charges in that case. On July 5, 2003, OPD Officer K. Johnson responded to the located at 3355 LB McLeod Road, Orlando, Orange County, Florida, located in the Richmond Heights area, in reference to a strong-arm robbery. Officer Johnson made contact with the victim Toya Long, who stated that a tall black male approached her and attempted to flirt with her. When Toya Long did not return his advances, the male hit her in the face and kicked her in the side. The male tore 3 gold chains off of Toya Long's neck, showed her a gun on his side, and left in a dark green Mercury, Florida tag W after chasing her for a short period. The vehicle was registered to Francella Hemmings. OPD Officer Johnson later contacted Francella Hemmings at her residence. Francella Hemmings told OPD Officer Johnson that the vehicle had been in the possession of Jabarus Nathan. Francella Hemmings stated that Jabarus Nathan was her godson, and that Jabarus Nathan paid half of the car payment each month. OPD Officer Johnson contacted Jabarus Nathan at his residence, located at 2919 Orange Center Boulevard, Apartment 5, Orlando, Orange County, Florida. Filoni Starling stated to OPD Officer Johnson that Jabarus Nathan had not been home, but Jabarus Nathan's friend Brenton Cross was responsible for the robbery. A short time later, Jabarus Nathan exited the apartment and said that Brenton Cross had robbed the female at the. Jabarus Nathan told OPD Officer Johnson that Jabarus Nathan was in the vehicle and witnessed the crime. Filoni Starling was subsequently
Wow.
arrested for obstructing an investigation, and Jabarus Nathan had been arrested for an active warrant. Brent Cross had not been arrested due to the victim no longer being cooperative. Filoni Starling is a documented Mohawk Boys associate member, and Brenton Cross is an undocumented Mohawk Boys member. On September 14, 2003, OPD Officer P. Brown responded to 2054 Jacobs Place, Apartment A, Orlando, Orange County, Florida, located in the Richmond Heights area, in reference to a burglary. Officer Brown contacted Karina Harrison, who told Officer Brown that Jabarus Nathan walked into Karina Harrison's apartment without her permission and took all of Karina Harrison's clothes out of the closet. Jabarus Nathan then placed the clothes in a tan and color Honda. Karina Harrison said that she threw a hairspray bottle at the car in which Jabarus Nathan had been in, because he took all of her clothes without permission. The hairspray bottle cracked the windshield of the car. Karina Harrison called the telephone number that Jabarus Nathan had previously called from and spoke with Jabarus Nathan's cousin Latora Walker, who had been the owner of the vehicle and had earlier lent it to Jabarus Nathan. Latora Walker wished to prosecute Jabarus Nathan for the crack in her windshield. Karina Harrison, who had 2 children in common with Jabarus Nathan, declined to prosecute for the burglary. On October 31, 2003, OPD Officer W. Weaver responded to 3114 Celsius's R. Smith Street, Orlando, Orange County, Florida, located in the Boca Apartments, which is in the area of Richmond Heights and Mohawk Boys territory, in reference to a domestic battery. Officer Weaver met with victim Kenyatta Wilson, who said that she had been in Kenyatta Wilson's vehicle with Jabarus Nathan, discussing the upcoming DNA test for their son Jamari Nathan. Kenyatta Wilson inquired if Jabarus Nathan was going to take a DNA test. Jabarus Nathan told Kenyatta Wilson that Jabarus Nathan was not going to take the test. Kenyatta Wilson stated she became upset and asked Jabarus Nathan why not. Jabarus Nathan started yelling at her. Jabarus Nathan then spotted a friend and asked the friend for a ride to Boca Club Apartments. Jabarus Nathan then put Kenyatta Wilson's car in park and started to punch Kenyatta Wilson, pulling out some of Kenyatta Wilson's hair. Jabarus Nathan's friend intervened and pulled Jabarus Nathan out of the vehicle. Charges were filed with the state attorney's office in reference to the incident. Kenyatta Wilson later declined to prosecute, and the case had been dropped. On December 19, 2003, at approximately 21:05 hours, OCSO deputies Paul Meinke and John Ward attempted to stop a 1990 Oldsmobile for illegal sunscreen tint. The vehicle stopped initially, and OCSO deputy Paul Meinke observed Eric McKay as the driver of the vehicle. As OCSO deputies Paul Meinke and John Ward approached the vehicle, Eric McKay drove off. OCSO deputies Paul Meinke and John Ward entered their marked patrol vehicle and pursued Eric McKay with their emergency lights and siren activated. OCSO Sergeant James Hernandez deployed his stop sticks at Old Winter Garden Road and Hernandez Road in Orange County, Florida. After the vehicle's tires were damaged and it came to a stop, Maurice Pate had then been the driver of the vehicle. During the pursuit, Eric McKay and Maurice Pate had switched seats and continued to flee until the stop sticks were deployed by OCSO Sergeant James Hernandez. Eric McKay was adjudicated guilty on charges of fleeing and eluding a law enforcement officer. Eric McKay served 6 months in jail as a result of the incident. The above incident is an example of the Mohawk Boys' disregard for law enforcement and their penchant for running from them. On July 27, 2004, OPD officers responded to an armed robbery at the credit union located at 1506 Lucerne Terrace, Orlando, Orange County, Florida. 2 unknown black males had stolen cash and checks from the credit union. A suspect vehicle had been pursued leaving the scene, but was lost for a period of time. The vehicle was later found abandoned. On August 12, 2004, OPD responded to 4245 Lake Richmond Drive, Orlando, Orange County, Florida, located in Richmond Heights, in reference to a report of a recovered bank bag that had been taken in the armed robbery that occurred on July 27, 2004. Several checks were located in the bank bag and processed for latent prints. The prints recovered from the checks were Justin Dixon's. OPD detectives discovered Justin Dixon was not an employee or customer of the credit union. Charges were filed against Justin Dixon for the armed robbery. The case was dropped by the state attorney's office due to insufficient evidence.
What the
On
fuck?
August 29, 2004, OPD Officer Baxter responded to 2931 Baxter Court, Orlando, Orange County, Florida, in reference to a possible home invasion. OPD Officer Baxter met with the victim, Shawilla Thornton, who stated she had been hit on the head with a gun and suffered a small laceration. Shawilla Thornton stated that 4 black males ran up to Shawilla Thornton and Michael Pooler in the driveway of Shawilla Thornton's home and demanded the keys to their vehicle. 1 black male approached Shawilla Thornton, held a gun to Shawilla Thornton's head, and threatened to shoot Shawilla Thornton in the head if Shawilla Thornton did not surrender the vehicle keys. Shawilla Thornton told the male that she did not have the keys, and the suspect subsequently hit her in the head with the gun. The suspects began to leave, after learning they could not retrieve the keys from Shawilla Thornton, and then turned around and came back when they observed Shawilla Thornton had attempted to make a phone call on her cell phone. Michael Pooler had fled the scene upon sight of the suspects with masks, and did not return until Orlando Police Department was on the scene. A witness observed 2 of the masked suspects attempt to enter a gray Mitsubishi Galant after the attempted robbery. The vehicle was discovered to be rented to Talisa Young. OPD Officer Baxter contacted Talisa Young over the phone, and Talisa Young stated she lent the vehicle to her boyfriend Shaq, known as Jabarus Nathan. The incident is an example of members of the Mohawk Boys beginning to use girlfriends and female relatives to rent cars, which the gang members then use in crime. No arrests were made. Jabarus Nathan was listed as a suspect in the crime. On October 12, 2004, Officer Bradshaw of the Cocoa Police Department arrested a male named Lamanseo Dorsey for battery domestic violence, in which the victim had been a female named Tanisha Wins. The affidavit stated that Lamanseo Dorsey had punched Tanisha Wins in the face and chest with a closed fist. The mother of Tanisha Wins, Tania McDaniel, had attempted to stop the battery, and Lamanseo Dorsey had then punched Tania McDaniel in the face, and fled the scene in a 1998 Nissan Maxima. The formation of the criminal organization 2005 to 2011. In early 2005, a criminal street gang began to formally organize in the Richmond Heights area of Orlando, Orange County, Florida, under the name of We Rob Everyone Boys. The name later evolved into the Mohawk Boys, who continued to utilize and improve their same structure, leadership, and criminal tactics. On March 1, 2005, OPD officer Jonathan Cute conducted a traffic stop on a vehicle with Florida Tag J in the Governor's Manor Apartments, located in the Richmond Heights area. As Officer Jonathan Cute approached the vehicle, Officer Jonathan Cute observed the passenger and driver switch seats. Kizzy Giddens, a documented Mohawk Boys associate member, was now the driver of the vehicle and had switched with Justin Dixon because Justin Dixon did not have a valid driver's license. The vehicle smelled of burnt cannabis, and Kizzy Giddens and Justin Dixon were searched. Justin Dixon was arrested for possession of cocaine and possession of a firearm by a convicted felon. Justin Dixon had placed the firearm in the console of the vehicle after switching places with Kizzy Giddens. Justin Dixon also admitted to Officer Jonathan Cute that the drugs and firearm arm belonged to Justin Dixon. Justin Dixon pled guilty to possession of cocaine, and the charge of possession of a firearm by a convicted felon was dropped by the state attorney's office for the plea to the first charge. On March 5, 2005, OCSO Deputy Tim Nazzaro took custody of a subject who identified himself as Andrew Ethelbert Allen, black male, date of birth August 21, 1980, who stated to Deputy Nazzaro that he did not know his social security number and refused to give any further information. OCSO Deputy Nazzaro checked the name on the FCIC N6 system and could not locate Andrew Allen with the given date of birth, and the black male was transported to the Orange County Booking and Receiving Center where it was revealed his real name was Jabarus Nathan. The incident is an example of Mohawk Boys members' propensity of lying to law enforcement. Jabarus Nathan was held in custody at the Orange County Corrections Center and later released. Jabarus Nathan was not prosecuted for providing false identification to a law enforcement officer. On March 26, 2005, OPD Officer Pruitt responded to the Howard Johnson, located at 4601 South Kirkman Road, Orlando, Orange County, Florida, in reference to threats made to the victim by Justin Dixon and Jabarus Kilpatrick. The victim, Raul Gonzalez, told Officer Pruitt that Justin Dixon and Jabarus Kilpatrick had robbed Raul Gonzalez of $4,000 the previous week, and then had called Raul Gonzalez on March 26, 2005, several times and threatened to kill Raul Gonzalez. Raul Gonzalez told Officer Pruitt that Justin Dixon and Jabarus Kilpatrick had been known for robbing subjects for money and drugs. Raul Gonzalez admitted he had been involved with Justin Dixon and Jabarus Kilpatrick previously, but not any longer. It is unknown as to Jabarus Kilpatrick's status as a Mohawk Boys gang member. However, it is not uncommon for gang members to use outside sources, such as friends and other violent offenders, in an attempt to recruit members or intimidate victims. The victim could not be contacted after the initial statement, therefore no prosecution took place in this case. On January 19, 2006, OCSO Deputy Victor Gayton responded to a domestic battery at 2812 Pioneer Road, Orlando, Orange County, Florida, and met with the victim Alessia Sumlin, who provided a sworn statement that her boyfriend Eric McKay had slapped her in the face. Alessia Sumlin also stated that when she attempted to call, Eric McKay would unplug all the telephones. The case was later dropped due to no visible injury on the victim. The crime is an example of intimidation and violence common among Mohawk Boys gang members and occurred in the Pine Hills area of Orange County, Florida, which is where the Mohawk Boys had begun to branch out to. On May 20, 2006, OPD Officer Daniels responded to 1017 South Kirkman Road, Apartment 37, Orlando, Orange County, Florida, located in the Richmond Heights area, in reference to a criminal mischief. OPD Officer Daniels met with victim Veronica Mincy, who stated she and her boyfriend Jabarus Nathan were in an argument inside of her apartment. As Jabarus Nathan left the apartment, Jabarus Nathan told Veronica Mincy, "I bet you will not make it down the street." Veronica Mincy got dressed and went outside to look at Veronica Mincy's vehicle. Veronica Mincy observed the left front tire was flat, and the right tire was low. Veronica Mincy did not observe Jabberus Nathan flatten the tires. Veronica Mincy stated that it may have been one of Jabberus Nathan's friends who had damaged her vehicle, as they had been around the vehicle at that time. This shows the influence Jabberus Nathan, as a high-ranking Mohawk Boys gang member, had on his friends. On May, Veronica Mincy met with OPD Officer Harris at South Kirkman Road apartment, Orlando, Orange County, Florida. Veronica Mincy stated to OPD Officer Harris that the tires on Veronica Mincy's vehicle had been repaired on May 22, 2006. Between May 22, 2006, and May 23, 2006, the tires on Veronica Mincy's vehicle had once again been flattened. Veronica Mincy stated that Jabberus Nathan had probably been responsible for the crime, and that Jabberus Nathan had said in the past to Veronica Mincy that she needed to wear a bulletproof vest. Veronica Mincy stated she was not in fear of her life. No suspect was located or prosecuted for that crime. On July 7, 2006, the Orange County Narcotics Unit conducted a narcotics investigation at the intersection of Rouse Road and East Colonial Drive, Orlando, Orange County, Florida, with an undercover agent and CLA 5 posing as drug buyers, users. Simonis 5 placed a call to a suspect, identified as David Gilbert, who is not identified as a Mohawk Boys member, and asked for 1.5 ounces of cocaine. David Gilbert directed the CI to meet at the Fashion Square Mall, located in Orlando, Orange County, Florida, and that David Gilbert would call his source of supply to deliver the cocaine. At the Fashion Square Mall, C entered a vehicle occupied by Justin Dixon and David Gilbert. When CL5 observed the cocaine, signaled a pre-arranged takedown signal, and OCSO narcotics agents surrounded Justin Dixon's vehicle and arrested Justin Dixon and David Gilbert. OCSO agent Collington Campbell located a 9mm handgun in the driver's side door, easily accessible to Justin Dixon. At the time of the arrest, Justin Dixon had been a convicted felon. A search of Justin Dixon revealed 7.7 grams of cannabis in his left front pocket. Additionally, 2 baggies of cocaine were also recovered. One bag, containing 15 grams of cocaine, was located under the passenger seat of the vehicle. The second bag, containing 29.6 grams of cocaine, was found on the passenger seat of the vehicle. Justin Dixon and David Gilbert were arrested and charged with trafficking in cocaine. Justin Dixon was also charged with possession of a firearm by a convicted felon. Justin Dixon was convicted and sent to prison for 3 years. On July, Justin Dixon placed a call to telephone number from the Orange County Jail and spoke with Jabberus Nathan, who he had referred to as Shaq. Justin Dixon explained to Shaq why Justin Dixon had been arrested. Justin Dixon admitted during the phone call that David Gilbert had called Justin Dixon about the deuce, referring to the 1.5 ounces of cocaine to sell to CLA 5. Justin Dixon asked if Jabberus Nathan knew what Justin Dixon had been referring to when he was talking about the above-described cocaine transaction, and Jabberus Nathan replied that he did. Justin Dixon then stated that David Gilbert had asked Justin Dixon for a ride to go and see his brother, and Justin Dixon asked Jabberus Nathan again if he knew what he was saying. Jabberus Nathan replied yes. Justin Dixon explained to Jabberus Nathan that Justin Dixon was just going to drop off David Gilbert because Justin Dixon had other business to handle. Justin Dixon explained the entire incident to Shaq and stated Justin Dixon was going to take 18, 2, or 3 years for the gun and cannabis charge. On July, Justin Dixon placed a call to telephone number from the Orange County Jail and spoke with Jabberus Nathan, who he had referred to as Shaq. Justin Dixon stated that he received a gun charge that had been disposed of 40 days prior to his arrest on July 7, 2006, and now he would have another armed possession charge. It is believed that Justin Dixon had explained to Jabberus Nathan, a higher-ranking Mohawk Boys gang member, what had occurred, to account for the monetary loss the gang incurred. On August, Justin Dixon arrived at his residence, located at Pon Court, Orlando, Orange County, Florida, and began a verbal argument with his girlfriend Kizzy Giddens, documented Mohawk Boys associate gang member. Justin Dixon subsequently punched Kizzy Giddens on the side of her face, jumped on top of her while punching, choking, squeezing her nose, and poking her in the left eye. On August, Kizzy Giddens reported the domestic violence and battery to OCSO Deputy Danny Garcia Pagan. This incident again shows the propensity for violence and intimidation demonstrated by members of the Mohawk Boys. The case was nol prost due to key witness problems, civilian. This once again illustrates the intimidation commonly used by gang members to coerce not only individuals in the community, but girlfriends and family members into not testify against them in court. The use of intimidation is key in making sure gang members are not prosecuted for various crimes committed. On July 29, 2007, at approximately 0830 hours, Tallahassee Police Department officer Derek Kidd responded to the Holiday Inn Motel, located at 1355 Appalachia Parkway, room 221, Tallahassee, Leon County, Florida, in reference to a burglary to a hotel room. TPD officer Derek Kidd met with Jimmy Revolis and two other males, Jimmy Revolis, a documented Zoe Pound gang member Barry Fleurimond, and Claudel Noel reported they returned to their hotel room between 1900 and 2000 hours on July 28, 2007, and remained in the room for the night. Jimmy Revolis told TPD officer Derek Kidd that they woke up at 0700 hours on July 29, 2007, and discovered a silver Sprint cell phone, silver Nextel cell phone, braided gold necklace, 17 Pavilion notebook, an unknown amount of cash, and a diamond necklace had been stolen. TPD officer Derek Kidd noted there were no signs of forced entry, and Jimmy Revolis could not provide a reason how anyone could have entered the hotel room. Jimmy Revolis had $6,500 in U.S. currency on him at the time of the interview. Jimmy Revolis stated that he was traveling to New York that day, July 29, 2007, and needed the cash for the trip. Jimmy Revolis told TPD officer Derek Kidd that they were in town because Jimmy Revolis, Barry Fleurimond, and Claudel Noel spoke at a conference for troubled youth. Jimmy Revolis, Barry Fleurimond, and Claudel Noel refused to write statements because they claimed they had to leave for New York immediately. TPD officer Wesley Hawkins completed a report and noted it appeared it was a drug deal that appeared to have gone wrong rather than a burglary. No other information was developed during the investigation. Jimmy Revolis was associating with Jabaris Nathan in an interview with Orange County homicide detectives on May. Jabaris Nathan stated he drove Omar Shaw to Daytona Beach, Volusia County, Florida, and introduced Omar Shaw to Jabaris Nathan's friend Jimmy Revolis. Agents believed that the Mohawk Boys were beginning a relationship with the Zoe Pound criminal street gang. Zoe Pound is a criminal street gang based in Miami, Florida, founded by Haitian immigrants sometime before 1990. Now a nationally recognized street gang, they have branched out from Miami in the past 2 decades. They are known to be involved in drug trafficking, robbery, and related violent crime in support of their drug trafficking activities. They carry the symbol of the Haitian flag with them along with their Haitian pride. It is said that some Zoe Pound gang members use voodoo on their enemies. The word Zoe by itself means somebody that is of Haitian descent. A Zoe Pound gangster interviewed on the History Channel's Gangland stated that there were Haitians with a pound of drugs, and that's how the name Zoe Pound came about. Many Zoe Pound members do not view themselves as gang members, but view themselves as a group standing up for their Haitian people. Many of them also believe that it is foolish to go around throwing up gang signs, and gang tattoos are not mandatory, most likely to keep their operations as secret as possible. The only colors they represent are the colors of their Haitian flag. On October 24, 2007, victim G. Pagan's home was burglarized in Oviedo, Seminole County, Florida. Victim G. Pagan filed a police report with the Oviedo Police Department for the burglary to a dwelling and grand theft of jewelry from the home. Later on that date, Jabaris Nathan entered Value Pawn Shop, located at 1874 South Somoran Boulevard, Orlando, Florida, and sold 15 pieces of jewelry to the store and received $1,500 U.S. currency in return. The pawn ticket was signed by Jabaris Nathan to include a thumbprint on the pawn ticket of sale. Jabaris Nathan then went to Cash America Pawn Shop, located at 6424 East Colonial Drive, Orlando, Orange County, Florida, and sold an unknown amount of jewelry. Jabarus Nathan received $389 U.S. currency for the sale of the jewelry. Jabarus Nathan then sold 5 more pieces of jewelry and received $579.75 U.S. currency. Jabarus Nathan signed, dated, and gave a thumbprint for the pawn tickets. The thumbprint Jabarus Nathan gave on each of the pawn tickets was matched positively to fingerprints that Jabarus Nathan previously gave for. Department of Corrections records. The
It's
victim,
12
G.
o'clock.
Pagan, was able to identify 12 pieces of jewelry that belonged to G. Pagan. The items stolen were sold approximately 4 hours after the burglary had taken place. Jabarus Nathan pled guilty to count 1 of the charges, petite theft. The state attorney's office dismissed counts 2 through 4, which were dealing in stolen property and false verification to a pawnbroker. On May 12, 2008, OCSO deputies responded to the CVS Pharmacy drive-thru, located at 7665 West Colonial Drive, Orlando, Orange County, Florida, located in the Pine Hills area, in reference to prescription fraud. Witnesses positively identified Jabarus Nathan and Demetrius Hardy, a documented Mohawk Boys member, as subjects who tried to pass a fraudulent prescription for promethazine with codeine. Jabarus Nathan was in the passenger side of the vehicle, and Demetrius Hardy was in the driver's seat of the vehicle in the drive-thru of the CVS. OCSO deputies parked behind and in front of the vehicle, which blocked the vehicle in the drive-thru. Demetrius Hardy observed OCSO deputies approach his vehicle, a Range Rover, from the front. Demetrius Hardy then tried to reverse the vehicle out of the drive-thru and struck the OCSO marked patrol vehicle that was parked behind him. OCSO deputies removed Demetrius Hardy and Jabarus Nathan from the vehicle at gunpoint, due to the fact Demetrius Hardy and Jabarus Nathan illustrated. They would have gone to any means to escape arrest. Jabarus Nathan had cannabis in his right front pocket, a silver and black Smith & Amp Wesson 9mm semi-automatic handgun was found inside an open compartment on the passenger side of the vehicle. This compartment was easily accessible for Jabarus Nathan to reach. The handgun was discovered to be stolen per Orange County case number 2008-33842. In the same open compartment, 4 prescriptions, written out to other individuals for promethazine with codeine, had been located. A small brown CVS prescription bottle for promethazine with codeine had been found in the compartment as well. The prescription bottle was written out with the name Adrian Moore. OCSO deputies discovered that the prescription had been fraudulently written on a stolen prescription pad. Dr. Diana Hernandez had been a victim of a vehicle burglary on March 8, 2008. At the time of the burglary, a prescription pad had been stolen from Dr. Hernandez's vehicle. The prescription for the promethazine with codeine had been written from the stolen prescription pad. According to Dr. Hernandez, OCSO deputies also found a small blue and gray cooler containing a bottle of promethazine with codeine and a pink baby bottle half full of purple-red liquid syrup. In reference to the stolen firearm constructively in the possession of Jabarus Nathan, no suspects were identified in the burglary to the vehicle where the firearm had originally been stolen on April 4, 2008. There were never any suspects identified in the burglary to a vehicle of Dr. Hernandez's vehicle, which occurred on March 8, 2008. Jabarus Nathan had been charged with possession of marijuana less than 20 grams, possession of a firearm by a convicted felon, unlawful possession of prescriptions, and grand theft of a firearm. Jabarus Nathan was convicted of violation of probation. Adjudication was withheld for possession of cannabis less than 20 grams. No other charges were filed by the state attorney's office. On July 16, 2008, OCSO Detective Christopher McPeak met with Seminole County Sheriff's Office Detective Chris Ortiz in reference to several stolen jewelry items stolen and pawned at pawn shops in Orange County. The jewelry had been found at Cash America Pawn Shop, located at 6424 East Colonial Drive, Orlando, Orange County, Florida. The stolen items had been pawned by Jabarus Nathan on October 24, 2007. The items were stolen from victim Cynthia Kinney's residence, located at 7426 Winding Lake Circle, Oviedo, Seminole County, Florida. Jabarus Nathan had been arrested on August 28, 2008, for dealing in stolen property and 4 counts of receiving money from pawnbroker false verification. Jabarus Nathan was adjudicated guilty on grand theft 3rd degree. The dealing in stolen property and receiving money from a pawnbroker charges were dismissed by the state attorney's office. The incident is an example of the Mohawk Boys branching out from Orange County and begin to commit their crimes over a broader area due to intense police pressure at home. On November 12, 2008, 2 witnesses observed 3 black males unlawfully make entry into 5209 Beach River Road, Orlando, Orange County, Florida. They exited the residence, 1 male carrying a TV out. The 3 males left the residence in a burgundy Pontiac. OCSO deputies located the vehicle at the intersection of Old Winter Garden Road and Kirkman Road. The vehicle attempted to elude the deputies but crashed into parked vehicles at All Transmission World, 102 South Kirkman Road, Orlando, Orange County, Florida. The 3 males were apprehended and identified as Jabarus Nathan, Demetrius Hardy, and Michael Jones, all documented members of the Mohawk Boys. Michael Jones and Jabarus Nathan were placed in the secured portion of a marked patrol vehicle. After being removed from the vehicle, 3 bags of cannabis packaged for individual sale were located on the seat of the marked patrol vehicle where Jabarus Nathan and Michael Jones were sitting. Michael Jones had been found with $2,326 in U.S. currency on him. Michael Jones had the money separated in each pocket. One pocket contained 115 $20 bills, a $50 bill in a different pocket, a $10 bill in a third pocket, and 3 $1 bills in the fourth pocket. Michael Jones and Jabarus Nathan did not admit to whose cannabis had been placed in the back of the patrol vehicle. The victim and witnesses arrived at the scene and positively identified Jabarus Nathan, Michael Jones, and Demetrius Hardy as burglarizing the residence. Jabarus Nathan, Michael Jones, and Demetrius Hardy were arrested for burglary of a dwelling, grand theft from a dwelling, and criminal mischief. Jabarus Nathan was adjudicated guilty for burglary of a dwelling. Grand theft from a dwelling and criminal mischief were dismissed by the state attorney's office. Jabarus Nathan was sentenced to 3 years in prison and was later released in November 2011. On November 13, 2008, OPD Officer Handoga responded to the lobby of the Orlando Police Department to take a report of a stolen vehicle. Victim Carolyn Chang Wright reported that a 2009 Pontiac G Florida Tag W had been stolen from 3600 block of North Lake Man, Orlando, Orange County, Florida, unknown. Mohawk Boys area, on November 12, 2008. It was later discovered by OPD Detective Good that the vehicle had been recovered in an Orange County case. The driver of the vehicle, Jabarus Nathan, had been arrested by Orange County for a burglary to a dwelling on November 12, 2008. A witness to the burglary, Christina Bantug, positively identified the Pontiac G as the vehicle involved in the burglary and Jabarus Nathan as the driver. Jabarus Nathan was charged with grand theft of a motor vehicle by the Orlando Police Department, prosecuted, and adjudicated guilty. On May, the Orlando Police Department charged Omar Shaw, Dontavion King, Brian Krosky, and Rashard Walker, all documented Mohawk Boys members, with commercial robbery, false imprisonment, and aggravated assault to a jewelry store owner. On that date, OPD Officer Sharp had been dispatched to 2405 East Washington Street, Orlando, Orange County, Florida, Regalos Jewelry Store, in reference to a commercial robbery. Orlando Police Department headquarters advised that the business had been robbed by multiple black males with handguns, and the owner may have shot one of them. Immediately after the robbery, OPD Officer Sharp met with witnesses, to include Federico Della Rosa, the business owner, and Betty Ojeda, who had been Federico Della Rosa's fiancé. The investigation revealed that at approximately hours on May, Federico Della Rosa, Betty Ojeda, and Yehosvani Martinez had been inside the business when 2 black males entered and pulled handguns from their trousers. The suspects yelled for everyone to get down on the floor. Suspect 1 pointed a handgun at Betty Ojeda. Federico Della Rosa grabbed the handgun that was in suspect number 1's hand, and 2 struggled over the handgun. During the struggle, the handgun fired and the bullet struck the ceiling. Betty Ojeda reached for a gun that was kept under a counter, and Suspect 1 saw her and took the gun from her. Suspect 1 grabbed Betty Ojeda and pulled her to another part of the store. The suspect saw a marked patrol car pass by and thought the police had been alerted by an alarm. The suspects tried to get out of the business, but were initially unable due to the auto lock. Federico Della Rosa gave one of the suspects the remote to exit the business. At that time, Suspect 3 entered into the business and used his handgun to break the glass to a jewelry cabinet. The suspects grabbed several pieces of jewelry from the cabinet. Federico Della Rosa grabbed a handgun from under another counter and pointed it at the suspects and told them to leave. The suspects pointed their handguns at Federico Della Rosa. Federico Della Rosa then fired and possibly struck Suspect 1 in the torso. The suspects ran out of the business and got into a white Chevrolet Impala. Federico Della Rosa fired several more shots, possibly hitting another suspect. The suspects fled south on Bumby Avenue and then west on the East-West Expressway. OPD officers later located a 2004 Chevrolet Impala bearing Florida Tag G in the area of Albany Avenue and Randall Street in Orlando, Orange County, Florida. The car had bullet holes near the rear and blood was inside. Later, Omar Shaw, Dontavian King, Brian Krosky, and Rashard Walker were arrested and are currently awaiting trial for robbery with a firearm, possession of a firearm by a convicted delinquent, aggravated assault with a firearm, grand theft third degree, and criminal mischief. During a March 10, 2009, interview with a juvenile gang member of the Mohawk Boys, OPD Detective Joseph Lundy learned that Santana Sutton, Sr., acted as the leader of the Mohawk Boys while Jabarus Nathan had been in prison. The juvenile knew the person who had been leading the Mohawk Boys gang as Armstrong, a local rapper. Investigations showed the identification of Armstrong as Jabarus Nathan. The information and identification had also been confirmed and corroborated by Simonus IV, who had known Jabarus Nathan for several years. On May 15, 2009, Orange County Sheriff's Office arrested Omar Shaw for homicide. On May 10, 2010, there had been a murder, with the victim being Aaron Howard. Aaron Howard had been shot and killed during an illegal drug transaction committed by Jabarus Nathan Omar Shaw, Aaron Howard, and another unidentified subject. Later, during an interview with law enforcement, Jabarus Nathan admitted to being present during the drug transaction and the shooting of Aaron Howard. Orange County Deputy DeCastro had been contacted by Jabarus Nathan in reference to the murder. Jabarus Nathan stated that on May, Jabarus Nathan and two of his friends, Omar Shaw and Aaron Howard, stole marijuana from an unknown Jamaican male's vehicle in Pine Hills. Jabarus Nathan, Omar Shaw, and Aaron Howard met at 7818 West Colonial Drive, Orlando, Orange County, Florida, prior to a burglary of a drug dealer's house. After the burglary and theft was completed, Jabarus Nathan, Omar Shaw, and Aaron Howard gave 1 pound of stolen cannabis to their lookout and returned to the wall, marked to split up 9 pounds of stolen marijuana. Since there was 8 pounds of marijuana, Jabarus Nathan received 3 pounds, Aaron Howard received 3 pounds, and Omar Shaw received the remaining 2 pounds. Jabarus Nathan stated that Omar Shaw had been upset over the portion he was given by Aaron Howard. Omar Shaw had asked Jabarus Nathan if Jabarus Nathan could give Omar Shaw a ride home, and Jabarus Nathan walked to his vehicle. Jabarus Nathan then heard gunshots and looked in the direction of the sound of gunshots and observed Omar Shaw with a gun in his hand, and Aaron Howard slumped over the steering wheel. Jabarus Nathan quickly entered his vehicle and left the scene. Omar Shaw was convicted of murder and received 50 years in prison. As Jabarus Nathan was leaving, Omar Shaw asked Jabarus Nathan to wait for Omar Shaw and let Omar Shaw in Jabarus Nathan's vehicle. Jabarus Nathan refused. Omar Shaw pushed Aaron Howard over to the passenger seat of the other vehicle, entered the vehicle, and left the scene. This confirmed the information obtained in that case in reference to the Mohawk Boys' motivation and activity involving illegal narcotic-related thefts, burglaries, and home invasion robberies. In an interview with Orange County homicide detectives on May, Jabarus Nathan stated that earlier on that date, he had drove Omar Shaw to Daytona Beach, Volusia County, Florida, and introduced Omar Shaw to Jabarus Nathan's friend Jimmy Rivolis. The association between Jabarus Nathan and Jimmy Rivolis was confirmed by Jabarus Nathan during the interview. Jabarus Nathan also stated during the interview that Jabbarus Nathan's purpose for going to Daytona Beach was to introduce Omar Shaw to Jimmy Revolas, and that Jabbarus Nathan's intent was to mentor Omar Shaw. During an interview in 2010 with OPD Detective Joseph Lundy, CI stated that when Santana Sutton got out of prison, Santana Sutton led the Mohawk Boys in place of Jabbarus Nathan, who had been serving a sentence in prison. The CI also stated that Santana Sutton had recently been living with an unknown female, believed to be Gloria Daniels, in Polk County, and that she had purchased a red in color Chevrolet Camaro for Santana Sutton. On January 19, 2010, Deputy Klein of the Brevard County Sheriff's arrested Lamancio Dorsey for aggravated battery domestic violence. The affidavit stated that Lamancio Dorsey had become involved in a verbal altercation with his wife, Tanisha Dorsey. During the argument, Lamancio Dorsey became violent and repeatedly struck Tanisha Dorsey with a closed fist in the head. The two went to sleep, and when they awoke, they began to argue once again. Lamancio Dorsey began to strike Tanisha Dorsey in the head with a closed fist and removed a small handgun from Lamancio Dorsey's pocket and intentionally struck Tanisha Dorsey in the head with the handgun. Lamancio Dorsey continued to choke and pull Tanisha Dorsey's hair. Tanisha Dorsey told Deputy Klein that Lamancio Dorsey was a gang member and had been battering Tanisha Dorsey for 8 years. On February 5, 2010, OPD Detective Joseph Lundy attempted to stop a red Camaro SS, believed to be driven by Santana Sutton, at the intersection of Orange Center Boulevard and Goldwyn Avenue in Orlando, Orange County, Florida, for a traffic violation. That area is a known location and hangout for Mohawk Boys members. The red Camaro, bearing Florida license plate 238 WW, fled and did not stop for the initiated traffic stop by law enforcement. Per Florida Driver and Vehicle Information Database, the Camaro registration showed the owner to be Gloria Daniels, with an address of 7015 Summit Circle, Winter Haven, Polk County, Florida. The same as listed for Santana Sutton Sr. Public records reflect Gloria Daniels was the wife of Santana Sutton. On February, Lincoln Granston, Antonio Swilly, and Marlon Granston, documented Mohawk Boys members, were arrested for aggravated assault with a firearm and possession of a firearm by a minor. The victims, LaShonda Thompson and Terrence Neely, reported they had been stalked by Lincoln Granston, Antonio Swilly, and Marlon Granston on 3 separate occasions on February 9, 2010. During each encounter, Lincoln Granston and Antonio Swilly produced a black revolver, waved it around, and threatened to shoot LaShonda Thompson and Terrence Neely. On the third encounter, Terrence Neely approached Lincoln Granston and told him to shoot the victims. Lincoln Granston told one of the subjects with him, "Move out da way so I can bust this nigga." Victim Terrence Neely confronted Lincoln Granston. All 3 suspects fled the scene, and shortly thereafter OCSO deputies arrived. Deputy Fabian Ramirez attempted to stop Lincoln Granston, Antonio Swilly, and Marlon Granston at a Sunco gas station a short distance away, but the suspects fled. Lincoln Granston, Marlon Granston, and Antonio Swilly were later apprehended at 1610 26th Street, Orlando, Orange County, Florida. The defendants were identified by LaShonda Thompson and Terrence Neely. A Smith & Wesson revolver was recovered from T. Each Street that matched the gun observed by LaShonda Thompson and Terrence Neely. The case had later been dismissed by the state attorney's office due to key witness problems. Civilian. 3 rap songs were released by Santana Sutton Sr. under his commonly used street name, Flav Rock. Justin Dixon assumed the name Killa Creepa to rap with Santana Sutton Sr. in the songs. The songs, Militant Baby, posted on YouTube on September 18, 2010, Kobe Anya, posted on YouTube on July 9, 2010. Clip His Wings Off, posted on YouTube on December 30, 2010. The song Clip His Wings Off appeared to convey to the viewers that members of the Mohawk Boys, who were not aligned with Strong, would be eliminated. During an interview with SOI in December of 2010, SOI revealed to Orange County gang enforcement agents Abby Horsley and Jason Bullinger that SOI had been a Mohawk Boys member of the gang, while it was under Jabbarus Nathan's leadership. SOI said that Armstrong, known to be a nickname for Jabbarus Nathan, had been one of the original founders of the We Rob Everyone Boys and Mohawk Boys. Jabbarus Nathan, Omar Shaw, Michael Jones, and Justin Dixon had been among the first subjects to form the group. It was stated that one of the primary activities of the group would be to target and rob drug dealers of their drugs and then resell the stolen goods for profit. The source stated that, while Jabarus Nathan had been incarcerated for burglary, grand theft, and Grand Theft Auto, Santana Sutton took over the leadership of the gang and began to record rap songs with Justin Dixon in order to recruit new members. On November 28, 2010, Volusia County Sheriff's Office Deputy Licketts responded to a call from Universal Towing in reference to a vehicle that was towed and was then determined to be a stolen vehicle. The vehicle had been towed by Universal Towing from the Able Body Business parking lot on November 27, 2010. The vehicle had been stolen from 3,319 Bellingham Drive, Orlando, Orange County, Florida, on November 27, 2010. The vehicle, a white Toyota Camry, Florida Tag U, had been rented from Enterprise Rental Company by Cibria Streeter. VCSO Deputy Licketts conducted an inventory search of the vehicle and discovered 3 handguns, one in plain view, one in the glove box, and a third on the rear passenger armrest. A clear baggie of cannabis had been located next to the handgun in the passenger armrest. The vehicle had been extensively processed by the Volusia County Sheriff's Office. Latent fingerprints had been retrieved from a CD, sleeve, CD case, loose CD, and letter-sized paper from the center console, which matched Justin Dixon. A 9mm Kel-Tec, recovered from the passenger armrest, had been reported stolen out of Seminole County in 2008. The firearm in plain view was registered to victim Antoine Bell, who resided at 2008 Island Bay Circle, Sanford, Seminole County, Florida. Antoine Bell admitted to VCSO Detective Graves that he had been driving the vehicle that night to a birthday party, and the Glock MMM was his gun. The third gun recovered had been neither stolen nor registered. The case was forwarded to Seminole County and Orange County Sheriff's Office for follow-up, but no arrests made in the case. On December, Andrew Wright, also known as Hitman and a documented Mohawk Boys member, was shot and killed by Robert Williams, a documented Mohawk Boys gang member. Reported by the Orlando Police Department, under case number 2010-589772. Andrew Wright had been aligned with Jabarus Nathan and Santana Sutton Sr. The investigation showed that Andrew Wright had walked up to the residence of Robert Williams in possession of 2 guns and wore a bulletproof vest. Andrew Wright confronted Robert Williams and accused him of giving information to the police. The 2 subjects exchanged words before Andrew Wright turned and walked away from Robert Williams's residence. It was reported by witness Eddie Williams that Robert Williams went into his residence and retrieved a gun, and then returned outside and began shooting at Andrew Wright, striking him in the head and killing him. Afterwards, Robert Williams stated to his father, Eddie Williams, "I had to, Daddy. They always messing with me." OPD Detective Joseph Lundy later released an intelligence bulletin in reference to the homicide of Andrew Wright. That information received reflected that Santana Sutton Sr., Santana Sutton Jr., Desmond Moore, Lincoln Granston, Justin Dixon, Marquise LaRoche, Damon LaRoche, Eric Moore, and Malcolm Moore, all aligned with Andrew Wright, were possibly going to retaliate against Christopher Morris, Terrence Polite, Tremaine Polite, and Tealdra Polite, all friends of Robert Williams, and believed to be starting up a new gang, apart from Mohawk Boys, called the Block Boys, with Glenn Key, another documented Mohawk Boys member, taking the leadership role of the group. All of the above listed subjects are documented per FS as criminal gang members under the Mohawk Boys. On December 30th, 2010, a new rap video, entitled "Clip His Wings Off," had posted on YouTube. The song featured Santana Sutton, SNR Eric Moore, and Lincoln Granston rapping about how Armstrong gave the order to eliminate anyone who had been against the Mohawk Boys. It is believed that eliminate is slang meaning to kill, based upon intelligence received from Clt 1. On February 2, 2011, a music video was posted on the YouTube.com website titled "When Dem Bricks Come." The rap singer is identified in the video as Alley Cat, who agents recognized as Lamanseo Dorsey. The title of the music video and lyrics within the song depict the acquiring, selling, and distribution of kilograms of cocaine. On May 11, 2011, Agent Abby Horsley and Clear 3 arranged to purchase 50 MDMA tablets and a SKS rifle from Cornelius Chapman and Charles Sutton, both documented Mohawk Boys. Charles Sutton is a relative to Santana Sutton Sr. On that date, Clare-Napopka Police Department officer Tim Underwood drove to 2714 Grandola Drive, Orlando, Orange County, Florida, in Richmond Heights, where Agent Tim Underwood observed a silver Chrysler 300 millions, Florida tag NSV, parked. Per David, the vehicle had been registered to Christopher Baugh. CI contacted Charles Sutton and Christopher Baugh, another documented Mohawk boy, in the driveway of 2714 Grandola Drive, which is Charles Sutton's residence. Cornelius Chapman arrived at Charles Sutton's residence, operating a silver in color Chrysler 300 millions automobile, Florida tag 095 NSV, but did not complete the transaction with the Clet 3. Instead, a black Cadillac automobile with a Florida temporary tag pulled up to the residence, and Christopher Baugh approached the vehicle and took what appeared to be the MDMA tablets from the driver. Cleminus 3 and Agent Tim Underwood were unable to see the driver and could only describe him as a black male. Christopher Baugh then took the MDMA tablets to Christopher Baugh's vehicle and counted out 50 MDMA tablets for the Simonus 3. The Cadillac drove away after the transaction. Christopher Baugh placed the MDMA tablets in a small white envelope and handed them to the CI, and in return received $275 from CI. CI asked Cornelius Chapman when the clique could purchase the SKS rifle, as previously agreed. Cornelius Chapman stated it was at his friend's house, and he was waiting for the subject to get off work. Cornelius Chapman used the clique's phone to call the friend, at cellular telephone number 407-485-0344, who was in possession of the gun. Cornelius Chapman stated that the friend would have the SKS rifle later in the evening, and Clet 3 could pick it up then or come by the following morning. The deal did not take place the following day due to Cornelius Chapman rolling the previous night. CI positively identified a solitary picture of Christopher Baugh as the subject he knew to be Chris. Clet 3 completed a statement to the facts of the transaction between the Clet and the subject. A criminal history check via teletype revealed all three subjects were convicted felons in the state of Florida. Cornelius Chapman and Christopher Baugh were documented members of the Mohawk Boys gang. Charles Sutton was a relative of Santana Sutton's and an associate of documented Mohawk Boys gang members. On May 18, 2011, Agent Abby Horsley met with Special Agent Samantha Medico of the Federal Bureau of Investigation in reference to intelligence regarding Mohawk Boys. Special Agent Samantha Medico told Agent Abby Horsley that FBI surveillance agents had recently observed Justin Dixon operating a black Cadillac CTC bearing temporary tag ANP. On May 31, 2011, MBI agent Alberto Rodriguez and Clet 1 arranged to purchase 100 MDMA tablets from Santana Sutton Sr., as had been previously negotiated. Santana Sutton Sr., operating a red in color 2010 Chevrolet Camaro, arrived at 6400 International Drive, Orlando, Orange County, Florida, with Santana Sutton's teenage son, Santana Sutton Jr., as the front seat passenger. Santana Sutton Sr. entered MBI agent Alberto Rodriguez's undercover vehicle, and during the audio and videotaped encounter, Santana Sutton Sr. sold MBI agent Alberto Rodriguez 100 counterfeit MDMA tablets for $400 in U.S. currency and talked about future narcotics transactions. On July 10, 2011, OCSO Deputy Robert Martin responded to 7422 Sigma Court, Orlando, Orange County, Florida, and met with Brooke Hill, the victim of a battery domestic violence. Brooke Hill said her boyfriend Eric McKay had stolen her vehicle keys and after a verbal argument had subsequently dragged her across the ground. The case is pending as of June 2012. On October 5, 2011, OPD Officer Cusimano responded to a robbery at 3956 West Colonial Drive, Room 219, Orlando, Orange County, Florida. OPD Officer Cusimano had met with victim Crystal Robbins, who stated a male she knew as J Money had burst into her hotel room with a gun. J Money had remained in the room for approximately 10 minutes, took her cell phone, an unknown amount of cash, and her identification card. Crystal Robbins was able to identify Money as Jabberus Nathan by a Florida driver's license picture. Crystal Robbins declined prosecution in the case after OPD officers questioned her story. No charges were filed against Jabberus Nathan. On October 31, 2011, Altamonte Police Department officer Michelle Sosa met with victim Nathan Hammond in reference to filing an economic crime report. Nathan Hammond stated that on October, Nathan Hammond had attempted to use his Fairwinds debit card, but it had been declined. Nathan Hammond inquired to Fairwinds Credit Union why the debit card was declined, and had been told that 4 checks had been written to and cashed by Jabberus Nathan in dominations of $480 Lars, $460 $480, and $740 due. The checks had been cashed at an unknown check cashing location. Nathan Hammond stated he never had met and did not know Jabberus Nathan and had not written any checks to Jabberus Nathan. A PD officer, Michelle Sosa, stated a name search on the David database had been performed, and Jabberus Nathan, date of birth October 30, 1980, had been the only match. The case was eventually inactivated with no charges filed. On December 4, 2011, OCSO Deputy Laura Mallard stopped Eric McKay, operating a black and colored 1998 Chevrolet, Florida registration C, for unlawful speed. Eric McKay had subsequently been arrested for driving while license suspended. OCSO Deputy Laura Mallard found $5,211 in U.S. currency in Eric McKay's pockets. The case is pending. The significance of the incident is to note the amount of money Eric McKay, who had no source of income, had in his pockets. It is common for gang members and drug dealers to carry a large amount of cash in their pockets if they have just completed deals or are going to purchase more drugs to continue their illegal sale and delivery activities. On December, Santana Sutton, Jr., and Marlon Granston, both documented Mohawk Boys members, were contacted by OCSO Deputy Jason Johnson at the intersection of Jennings Road and Cricket Drive in Orange County, Florida, as both subjects were walking. Santana Sutton, Jr. was arrested for 2 juvenile custody orders. OCSO Deputy Jason Johnson found and secured a Smith & Wesson caliber handgun with 13 bullets in the magazine from inside of Santana Sutton Jr.'s coat pocket. The case is set for trial. Santana Sutton Jr. and Marlon Granston were documented Mohawk Boys members. The above-described criminal activity show the violent behavior associated with the Mohawk Boys, their fondness for carrying and using firearms, and the lack of convictions and/or time spent in prison for their illegal activity. Recent MBI investigation. On February 6, 2012, MBI agent William Powell submitted an application for authorization to intercept communications on cellular telephone number 407756999, regularly used by Lamanceo Dorsey, to 9th Judicial Circuit Judge Bob LeBlanc for review and signing. On February 7, 2012, 9th Judicial Circuit Judge Bob LeBlanc issued an order authorizing the interception of communications. At approximately 1904 hours, per the court order, the first telephone call was intercepted on 407756999. The following is a sample of pertinent telephone calls. On February 8, 2012, at approximately 1945 hours, Lamanceo Dorsey placed an outgoing telephone call from 407756999 to telephone number 3212981142, believed to be used by Tanasha Dorsey. During the telephone conversation, Lamanceo Dorsey told Tanasha Dorsey that Lamanceo Dorsey had been waiting on this damn stick. It is believed that stick is slang for a drug deal. And Lamanceo Dorsey told Tanasha Dorsey that Lamanceo Dorsey had been waiting to complete a drug transaction. The conversation had been predicated upon a future drug transaction that was orchestrated by Marcella Kemp Fine and was to occur between MBI agent William Powell and Lamanceo Dorsey the following day. The call showed that Tanasha Dorsey had knowledge of Lamanceo Dorsey's drug dealing. On February 9, 2012, at approximately 0928 hours, Lamanseo Dorsey received an incoming telephone call on 4077569099 from 506-1847 used by Marcella Kemp Fine. During the conversation, Lamanseo Dorsey agreed to sell oxycodone to MBI agent William Powell at approximately 11:30 hours on that date. Lamanseo Dorsey told Marcella Kemp Fine that Lamanseo Dorsey had to travel to Cocoa, Florida, to pick up the oxycodone. At approximately hours, Lamanseo Dorsey placed an outgoing telephone call on to 506-1847, used by Marcella Kemp Fine. Lamanseo Dorsey asked how much did he have again, and Marcella Kemp Fine replied 21 tablets at each. At approximately hours, Lamanseo Dorsey received an incoming telephone call on from Marcella Kemp Fine. During the conversation, Marcella Kemp Fine stated, he said, "Can he do 2520? And Lamanseo Dorsey asked, "He got 2520? Marcella Kemp Fine replied, "Yeah." And Lamanseo Dorsey replied, "Yeah." At approximately hours, Lamanseo Dorsey received an incoming telephone call on from 40779281997, subscribed to Jabberus Nathan, and believed to be used by Jabberus Nathan. Jabberus Nathan said, "I'm going to try and make a move," and Lamanseo Dorsey replied that he would start the jig later. At approximately 10:22 hours, MBI Sergeant Steve Murray observed Lamanseo Dorsey operating a silver in color 2004 Porsche, Florida tag PDX, driving away from the area of Lamanseo Dorsey's residence, located on Wilshire Way Road. At approximately hours, Lamanseo Dorsey received an incoming call on from 298 to 1142, used by Tanasha Dorsey. Lamanseo Dorsey said, "Marcy got a goddamn bitch. She done brought one of her cousins, came into town. She want a bitch to bust him in the head. That's 25. I'm fixin' to see what it do. I'm gonna give her ass $500. At approximately 11:20 hours, MBI agent William Powell, TPD Sergeant Michael Little, and TPD Detective Michael Lindo met Marcella Kemp Fine at a predetermined location. MBI agent William Powell and Marcella Kemp Fine drove to the Super Target parking lot, located at 325 North Alafaya Trail, Orlando, Orange County, Florida. At approximately hours, Lamanseo Dorsey, operating the Porsche, drove up and stopped behind MBI agent William Powell's undercover vehicle. Marcella Kemp Fine exited the undercover vehicle and walked up to the passenger door of the 2004 Porsche. Marcella Kemp Fine vouched for MBI agent William Powell, and Lamanseo Dorsey backed the 2004 Porsche into a parking space one spot north of the undercover vehicle. MBI agent William Powell exited his vehicle and walked up to the passenger door of the 2004 Porsche. During the audio and video recorded encounter, Lamanseo Dorsey invited MBI agent William Powell to enter the 2004 Porsche, but subsequently agreed to complete the above-described drug transaction with MBI agent William Powell in the undercover vehicle. MBI agent William Powell smelled a strong odor of cannabis emitting from Lamanseo Dorsey's vehicle. Lamanseo Dorsey subsequently exited the driver's seat of the 2004 Porsche, walked over to MBI agent William Powell's vehicle, entered, and sat in the front passenger seat. Marcella Kemp Fine sat in the rear passenger seat. The event was audio and video recorded. After greetings and an introduction, Lamanseo Dorsey produced 2 plastic baggies, which contained 180 suspected oxycodone tablets, later determined to be counterfeit, and asked for and received from MBI agent William Powell $2,520 in serialized U.S. currency in return. Lamanseo Dorsey told MBI agent William Powell to get Lamanseo Dorsey's telephone number from Marcella Kemp Fine, for the purpose of MBI agent William Powell contacting Lamanseo Dorsey for future drug transactions. Lamanseo Dorsey exited the undercover vehicle, and after a brief conversation outside of the vehicle with Marcella Kemp Fine, entered the 2004 Porsche. Marcella Kemp Fine entered the undercover vehicle, and MBI agent William Powell drove away. from the area. At approximately hours, Lamanseo Dorsey placed an outgoing telephone call from to telephone number 32125888215, used by an unknown male. Lamanseo Dorsey told the unknown male that he had sold dummies to a bitch for 25. They are going to be mad when they get to where they're going. At approximately hours, Lamanseo Dorsey received an incoming call on from 32129811142, used by Tanasha Dorsey, using telephone number 298-1142. During the conversation, Tanasha Dorsey asked if Lamanseo Dorsey had gone to dumb knock Marcella Kemp fine, and Lamanseo Dorsey responded that he had already knocked them in the head. It is believed that dumb knock and knocked in the head are slang for drug rip-off. Tanasha Dorsey inquired if Lamanseo Dorsey had sold the counterfeit oxycodone to Marcella Kemp Fine and MBI agent William Powell, and Lamanseo Dorsey replied that he had. The conversation showed that Tanasha Dorsey had knowledge of Lamanseo Dorsey's illegal drug activity. On February 10, 2012, at approximately 18:09 hours, Lamanseo Dorsey received an incoming telephone call on 40775690099 from 40780899692, subscribed to Melody Wilson and believed to be used by Colin Wilson. During the recorded telephone conversation, Colin Wilson asked if Lamanseo Dorsey had talked to Creep or Strong. Lamanseo Dorsey replied, "I ain't want to hit 'em up, and they give me some green light on some shit." Colin Wilson said, "We gotta go that juice, bro, like fucking tomorrow." It is believed that Creep referred to Justin Dixon and Strong referred to Jabberus Nathan, and that Lamanseo Dorsey felt that Justin Dixon and Jabberus Nathan would direct Lamanseo Dorsey to participate in gang-related activity if he contacted them. It is believed that when Colin Wilson asked Lamanseo Dorsey for juice, that he was using a common slang for promethazine codeine, which is listed as a Schedule V drug, commonly used to treat vertigo, nausea, and motion sickness, and is illegally sold for $40 per ounce on the street. On February, beginning at approximately hours, Lamanseo Dorsey had the following text message communication from 40775690099, telephone number 40780899692, subscribed to Melody Wilson and believed to be used by Colin Wilson, Colin Wilson, Colin Wilson, Dorsey, Colin Wilson, Colin Wilson, Colin Wilson, Dorsey, Colin Wilson, Colin Wilson, Colin Wilson. Bro, lean is a good promotional tool. I just got off the phone with Chains. We gotta have a bottle on deck for him and then one for Ross. This is how you can contribute, bro. For show, we and Roxy All-Star Weekend. Yeah. And Luck Saturday with Scream and 2 Chains. Bro, I need those bottles to put away by Friday, bro. I'm serious. This is gonna be a good fucking look. I gotta go hard this week. And I need dat shit. Man, Scream just called me and said it's on Amon be with him and Ross all weekend. So we gotta have lean and shit for dem boys. 2 6-zip bottles will handle all them fuckers. Ross Gotti, 2 Chains, Future, and it will make 'em respect us. Dorsey. Colin Wilson, page 87 of 208. Bet G, I got it. Okay, Fasho, bro, I'm counting on you. No later than Friday 2 of M, on February 15th, 2012, at approximately 14:54 hours, Lamanseo Dorsey placed an outgoing telephone call from 40775690099 to telephone number 40780899692, subscribed to Melody Wilson and believed to be used by Colin Wilson. During the telephone conversation, Lamanseo Dorsey asked, "You want to go pick the juice?" Colin Wilson replied, "Oh, fuck. I have to pick up some chick all the way up in fucking Taft. Unless you got people that can do it." Lamanseo Dorsey said, "The juice waiting on you, bro. The dude over there, he got the juice." Colin Wilson asked, "The farm?" And Lamanseo Dorsey replied, "Yup." Colin Wilson stated, "Well, fuck. I gotta do it tomorrow now because I gotta go pick up the chick that's gonna do it. We need that for All Star, for all those fucking artists coming into town, bro. They love that shit, and that's how you get them." Lamanseo Dorsey replied, "We're waiting on you. As soon as you get here, we can go get the shit, bro." Colin Wilson explained, "I know, bro. I don't want it in my name. That's the problem. It is believed that juice was street slang that meant promethazine codeine, and that Lamancio Dorsey offered to bring Colin Wilson to a pharmacy to fraudulently obtain it. Colin Wilson did not wish to put the fraudulent prescription in his name, but would pick up a female in Taft, Orange County, the following day, for the purpose of passing the fraudulent prescription provided by Lamancio Dorsey. On February, at approximately hours, Lamancio Dorsey placed an outgoing telephone call from 40775690099 to telephone number 3862755940, believed to be used by Justin Leonard Dixon. During the recorded telephone conversation, Lamancio Dorsey stated, trying to find something to grow on Justin Leonard Dixon responded, "What you looking for? I got a little bit." Lamancio Dorsey answered, "Little weasel." A little weasel. Lamancio Dorsey and the unknown male agreed to meet at the OUC building. You know where I'm talking about. Parking lot, located at 500 South Orange Avenue, Orlando, Orange County, Florida. At approximately hours, Lamancio Dorsey placed an outgoing telephone call from to telephone number 40780899692, subscribed to Melody Wilson, and believed to be used by Colin Wilson. During the telephone conversation, Lamancio Dorsey said, "I just got off the phone with Creepa." Creepa is known to be a nickname for Justin Leonard Dixon, and the last telephone conversation Lamancio Dorsey had before that one had been for the above-described drug transaction with Justin Leonard Dixon. At approximately 15:15 hours, MBI Sergeant Steve Murray established surveillance in the rear parking lot of the OUC building and observed a gray in color 2011 Ford Taurus, Florida registration ROUH, backed into a parking spot in the southwest corner of the parking lot. At approximately 15:19 hours, MBI Sergeant Steve Murray observed the silver in color 2004 Porsche SUV, Florida registration PDX, drive into the parking lot and park near the Ford Taurus. Lamancio Dorsey exited the Porsche SUV and entered the rear passenger seat of the Ford Taurus. Approximately 2 minutes later, Lamancio Dorsey exited the Ford Taurus, entered the driver's side of the Porsche SUV, and both vehicles drove out of the parking lot. The Ford Taurus had been registered to Dollar Rental Car and had been rented by Filoni B. Starling, B.Thief, Dobb, November 21, 1979. On February 15, 2012, at approximately 15:22 hours, Lamancio Dorsey received an incoming telephone call on 40775690099 from telephone number 40780899692, subscribed to Melody Wilson and believed to be used by Colin Wilson. During the telephone conversation, Lamancio Dorsey said, "I was just in the car. I was just talking with Strong." "I was just with Strong." And Colin Wilson asked, "What's up with them?" Lamancio Dorsey replied, "Shit, they swear I got the juice. They thinking I got the juice." Colin Wilson said, "I've been telling them I wanted to get some alley. How we gonna break it down? Just give me 2 out of the 6, and give the rest to Strong." And the call showed that Lamancio Dorsey had just met with and purchased cannabis from Jabberus Nathan. Calls 3080 and 3088 laid agents to believe that Justin Leonard Dixon had also been present. Juice means promethazine codeine, and Colin Wilson negotiated to obtain 2 bottles of it from Lamancio Dorsey, with the remainder going to Jabberus Nathan. On February, at approximately hours, Lamancio Dorsey received an incoming telephone text message on 40775690099 from telephone number 4073007834, believed to be used by Jabberus Nathan. The text was listed as call number. Jabberus Nathan texted, "Dis Strong." On February, at approximately hours, Lamancio Dorsey sent a telephone text message from to telephone number 40780899692, subscribed to Melody Wilson and believed to used by Colin Wilson. Lamancio Dorsey sent the following text message: 40727300021 Express, 40748282228, Avalon, 4076747953, OC 3216076802, Hops, or 0770466626, Aid and Cure, 40773-06800, Metro PH, 407-806-397 less than message part 2 of 2 missing greater than. On February 16, 2012, at approximately 13:35 hours, Lamancio Dorsey received an incoming telephone call on 407756999 from telephone number 407-300, believed to be used by Jabaris Nathan. Jabaris Nathan said, "Hey, you know what you had came and got? That thing you had got from that, like pipe steel place." Lamancio Dorsey replied, "Yeah." Jabaris Nathan stated, I got a plate. A whole plate that I need to stomp on." Lamancio Dorsey asked, "Talking about the Gunji." Jabaris Nathan replied, "Yeah." Lamancio Dorsey asked, "What? You want to get that back?" And Jabaris Nathan stated, "No, I'm saying I got a whole football field." Lamancio Dorsey asked, "Oh, okay. What you want to network?" Jabaris Nathan answered, Yeah, you can give me the 32. You can give me the 32, Lamancio Dorsey said. "Let me make a couple calls," Bro Jabaris Nathan replied. "Yeah, you do that, bitch. Forever that will go for 38 or 35 easy." Lamancio Dorsey said, "I already know, let me see what this nigga over here is eating. On eating like Shaquille O'Neal. Let me hit you right back." In Orlando, Florida, Lamancio Dorsey at first mistakenly believed that the conversation was about cannabis and offered to return what he had been provided by Jabaris Nathan. Jabaris Nathan corrected the misunderstanding and said that he had a large supply of cocaine that he was requesting Lamancio Dorsey to assist in selling. Drug Enforcement Administration agent Troy Barber believed, through intelligence provided from a confidential, reliable source, that a football field was slang for a kilogram of cocaine, and Lamancio Dorsey could purchase it for $32,000 and resell it for $35,000 to $38,000. Shaquille O'Neal is another nickname known to be used by Jabaris Nathan. On February, at approximately hours, Lamancio Dorsey received an incoming text message on 407756999 from telephone number 40780-89692, subscribed to Melody Wilson, and believed to be used by Colin Wilson. Colin Wilson stated, "We gotta get juice for All-Star, bro. I talked to TL and a few other people. It's going down." On February, at hours, Colin Wilson posted on his Facebook wall, "About to grab a Happy Meal, no homo, and take my happy ass in for the night. Big weekend. Shout out to everyone coming out of town to fuck with my family, FBMA." On February 26, 2012, Volusia County Sheriff's Office Deputy Whitson responded to the area of 194 and the Graves Overpass in reference to locating an aggravated assault suspect driving a black Audi. The aggravated assault was reported as having occurred in South Daytona Beach, Volusia County, Florida. The victim, Robert Harbison, had attempted to legally repossess the black Audi from Justin Dixon, who then produced a silver-colored handgun and threatened Robert Harbison. An address of 138 Spring Glen Drive had been provided as the residence of Justin Dixon. A GPS device was activated in the black Audi, and the vehicle was located at 194 and mile marker 118. The vehicle was then spotted by VCSO Sergeant Rigo at mile marker 115 and L4. The vehicle fled at a high rate of speed. The vehicle passed VCSO Deputy Whitson at speeds in excess of 100 miles per hour. Stop sticks were deployed by VCSO deputies in the path of the black Audi. The black Audi swerved around the stop sticks but crashed into a street sign and concrete barrier. VCSO deputies performed a felony stop on the vehicle. Justin Dixon was the only person located in the vehicle. A strong odor of cannabis was emanating from the vehicle, and a black toiletries bag had been recovered from the passenger side floorboard. Inside of the bag had been 2 clear plastic bags of cannabis, 1 clear plastic bag with 1 NDMA tablet, and $573 in U.S. currency. A clear plastic cannabis grinder was located in the back seat of the vehicle. A loaded Kel-Tec 9mm handgun was recovered between the center console and the passenger seat. The firearm had been reported stolen from Orange County in a 2007. Justin Dixon was also a habitual traffic offender and convicted felon at the time of the incident. VCSO Deputy Whitson read Justin Dixon his Miranda rights, and Justin Dixon agreed to speak with VCSO Deputy Whitson. Justin Dixon admitted that he had made some bad decisions, but denied knowledge of the cannabis, or the firearm inside of the vehicle. Robert Harbison arrived at the scene and positively identified the firearm as the weapon that Justin Dixon had used to threaten Robert Harbison during the reported aggravated assault. Robert Harbison also positively identified Justin Dixon as the person who committed the aggravated assault against him. Charges were filed against Justin Dixon for fleeing and eluding law enforcement, possession of a weapon by a convicted felon, and driving while license suspended. A warrant for failure to appear was obtained for Justin Dixon by the Volusia County Sheriff's Office on March 21, 2012. The case is still pending prosecution. On February 27, 2012, agents William Powell and Abby Horsley met with a CI, who told the agents that Jabarus Nathan uses the street names of Armstrong, Strong, and Shack, and is the leader of the Mohawk Boys, and Justin Dixon, known to the CL as Creepa, had been second in command. The CI said that Santana Sutton Sr., who the CI knew as Flav, fluctuates between second and third in command. The CI also said that Colin Wilson provided cannabis to the Mohawk Boys and kept in his possession an assortment of drugs for Jabarus Nathan, to include oxycodone. The CL also told the agents that Santana Sutton Sr. resided in Polk County, Florida, and usually drove a red in color Chevrolet Camaro, Florida registration PFG. On February, at hours, Colin Wilson posted on his Facebook wall, "From now on, nothing goes down without me. No blackjack, no dope deals, no nothing. If a nickel bag gets sold in the park, I want in." There were additional comments from Colin Wilson under the post that stated Colin Wilson was not going to be nice anymore, and Creep, also known as Justin Dixon, had told Colin Wilson that Colin Wilson has to flex his muscle on them, and green light that hit boy I done spared so many IE pussies this year no more. A subject using the Facebook screen name of Gezi Nooney Gotti replied to Colin Wilson, "Like Flav say stone am pussies TR like dat." Colin Wilson's reference to green light was using street slang that he was going to okay the killing of anyone who did not follow an order given by Colin Wilson. On March 5, 2012, Colin Wilson had a picture of Jabarus Nathan Justin Dixon and Colin Wilson as his profile picture that could be viewed by anyone who searched for the name Colin Wilson. This illustrated Colin Wilson's continued association with the Mohawk Boys, SUNET, pictured Justin Dixon, Jabarus Nathan, Vernon Hood, Colin Wilson. On March 8, 2012, the Honorable Judge Bob LeBlanc signed an arrest warrant for trafficking in oxycodone on Lamanceo Dorsey. An MBI agent subsequently arrested Lamanceo Dorsey in the 3400 block of Wilshire Way Boulevard, Orlando, Orange County, Florida. During the encounter, Lamanceo Dorsey told MBI agent William Powell that Lamanceo Dorsey had only sold weed to Jabarus Nathan and Justin Leonard Dixon in the OUC parking lot of February 15, 2012. The following contacts had been stored in Lamanceo Dorsey's cellular telephone: 40775690099. Armstrong, Jabarus Nathan Armstrong, Jabarus Nathan Armstrongs, Jabarus Nathan Creepas, Justin Dixon Killa Creepa, Justin Dixon Flav Rock, Santana Sutton, Sender Dorsey, Creepas. The following is sample text messages found on Lamanceo Dorsey's cellular telephone: 40775690099 to Justin Dixon at number 275-5940. Date: January 25, 2012, February 2, 2012. 356-54286888478 and 10679281997 and 300-7834. 27594-0202652-0218-870. Message: Let me know if it's on point. G dum-dums, I'm back. It is believed that Creepa is Justin Dixon, and on point means the weight of drugs is correct, and dum-dums means counterfeit oxycodone. The text. Messages show that Jabberus Nathan and Lamanceo Dorsey had conducted drug deals in the past, and Justin Dixon to be providing the fake oxycodone to Lamanceo Dorsey, of which Lamanceo Dorsey sold a portion of to MB, agent William Powell, on February 9, 2012. The following is a sample text message found on Lamanceo Dorsey's cellular telephone, 40775690099, to Armstrong, believed to be Jabberus
It's 1
Nathan,
o'clock.
at number 868-8478, sender Dorsey, date, sender, Dorsey, September 2011, message 2003, blood. It is believed that blood is a recognition that gang members use with each other. The Mohawk Boys are a recognized blood set and affiliate themselves as a blood set through the use of hand signs, colors, language, and symbols. The use of the term blood would not be permitted unless both subjects were blood gang. Members. Sender Dorsey Nathan Dorsey Dorsey. The following is a text message found on Lamanceo Dorsey's cellular telephone, 40775690099, to Armstrong, believed to be Jabberus Nathan, at number 347-9106. Date message, November 7, 2011, Big Bruh, tell Creepa to call me. The text message showed Lamanceo Dorsey Jabberus Nathan and Justin Dixon Creepa to affiliate with each other. The following is a sample of text messages found on Lamanceo Dorsey's cellular telephone, 40775690099, to Armstrong's, believed to be Jabberus Nathan, at number 790 8197. Date, January 25, 2012. January 25, 2012, January 31, 2012. February 3, 2012. Message. You got something to burn. Kush. Yeah. What happened to Colin? Roll call. Nathan Dorsey. February 3, 2012, February 9, 2012. At Jimbra Alleys. The text messages showed that Jabberus Nathan had been Lamanceo Dorsey's cannabis sup, Lear, and that Jabberus Nathan knew Colin W. Roll call means that Lamanceo Dorsey had been checking in, or reporting to Jabberus Nathan, who had been above Lamanceo Dorsey in the gang hierarchy. The term is specific to Mohawk Boys and Jabberus Nathan, and could not be used by Lamanceo Dorsey without Jabberus Nathan's approval. On March 12, 2012, the Honorable Bob LeBlanc signed an order authorizing the installation and use of a pen register and trap and trace device, prepared by agents Abby Horsley and William Powell, for cellular telephone numbers 300-7834, 500-6-3000, 222 and 792 on 734, 800, believed to be used by Jabberus Nathan, cellular telephone number 275-5940, believed to be used by Justin Dixon, and cellular telephone number 808-9692, believed to be used by Colin Wilson. On March, Santana Sutton, Sr., had been arrested for writs and transported to the Orange County Jail. On March 14, 2012, at approximately 0840 hours, Orange County Correctional Officer Greg Waters interviewed Santana Sutton, Sr., to determine his association and/or affiliation with a criminal street gang. Santana Sutton, Sr., denied being a member of the Mohawk Boys and stated, "No, I'm a rap artist and own my own record label called Moses Law Entertainment." Santana Sutton said that he moved out of the area several years ago because Orlando had been getting too busy for him. Santana Sutton said he was still working with Armstrong and that he still saw him from time to time during concerts. Upon being asked if Santana Sutton still had contact with Killa Creepa, Santana Sutton appeared to get angry and walked several paces away from Greg Waters. Santana Sutton said that he was upset with Killa Creepa and Armstrong because, while they were in the Department of Corrections, Santana Sutton had worked hard to get the record label up and running. Santana Sutton said that Armstrong had been released from the DOC and jumped on Santana Sutton's label and started making money. Santana Sutton also stated that Armstrong added or changed the record label name to Flyboy Moses Law Entertainment. When asked by company Greg Waters if Santana Sutton and Jabberus Nathan were related, Santana Sutton stated, "Yes, we are blood." When asked if that meant blood-related or a blood gang member, Santana Sutton replied, "We represent Bloods." Based on the intelligence gathered during the interview, company Greg Waters believed that Santana Sutton validated his membership as a confirmed member of the Mohawk Boys. Company Greg Waters believed that Santana Sutton had been considered to be the ranking head of the Mohawk Boys in the past, based on conversations, interviews with documented Mohawk Boys members incarcerated in Orange County Jail. Since the DOC released Jabberus Nathan, company Greg Waters believed there be a rift in the hierarchy of the Mohawk Boys, and previously interviewed members appear to be confused as to the hierarchy. On March 14, 2012, the Honorable Bob LeBlanc signed an order authorizing the installation and use of a pen register and trap and trace device for cellular telephone number 300-7,834 and 536-3222, prepared by agents Abby Horsley and William Powell. On March 14, 2012, at approximately 1700 hours, MBI agent William Powell met Eric McKay, a documented associate Mohawk Boys gang member, and Clit 1 in the Walmart parking lot, operating the black and color 1998 Pontiac Grand Am, bearing Florida tag C, the CI1, who had been in the front passenger seat of the Pontiac Grand Am, walked over and sat in the rear passenger seat of the undercover vehicle, followed by Eric McKay, who sat next to MBI agent William Powell in the front passenger seat. Per David, the 1998 Pontiac Grand Am had been registered to Eric McKay. During the audio and video recorded encounter, and after an introduction and greetings, Eric McKay produced a napkin with approximately 130 oxycodone tablets. Eric McKay stated that whatever oxycodone tablets MBI agent William Powell did not purchase would be sold to other buyers today. After negotiations, Eric McKay handed MBI agent William Powell approximately 8 grams of oxycodone, approximately 70 tablets, and in return received $700 in serialized U.S. currency from MBI agent William Powell. Eric McKay said that he took a subject to the doctor in a pharmacy to acquire the oxycodone, and informed MBI agent William Powell, "I got some good fucking powder, too." CI and Eric McKay exited the undercover vehicle and walked back to the Pontiac Grand Am. Eric McKay retrieved cocaine, contained in 4 baggies, from his vehicle and walked over to MBI agent William Powell's driver door window. Eric McKay handed approximately 2 grams cocaine to MBI agent William Powell and received $80 in serialized U.S. currency in return. MBI agent William Powell and Eric McKay agreed to conduct additional drug deals in the future, and MBI agent William Powell drove out of the parking lot. MBI agent William Powell turned over 7.1 grams of oxycodone, tablets, and approximately 2 grams cocaine contained in 4 baggies to OCSO agent Abby Horsley, who placed the items into the evidence section at the Orange County Sheriff's Office evidence section. The oxycodone and cocaine were forwarded to the Florida Department of Law Enforcement for chemistry analysis. On April 3, 2012, at approximately 2,000 hours, at MBI agent William Powell's request, Immigration and Customs Enforcement Task Force agent Thomas Cronin conducted surveillance at Santana Sutton Sr.'s residence, located at 7015 Summit Circle, Winter Haven, Polk County, Florida. ICETFA Thomas Cronin observed a red in color, 2010 Chevrolet Camaro, Florida tag PFG. Per Florida Driver and Vehicle Information Database, the Camaro was registered to Ledetrica Sutton, the sister of Santana Sutton Sr., on April 6, 2012. OCSO agent Abby Horsley reviewed a FDLE chemistry report dated April 5, 2012, regarding OCSO case number -39932. FDLE crime laboratory analyst Carol M. Peterson reported that the unknown tablets from the above-described March 14, 2012 transaction between MBI agent William Powell and Eric McKay tested positive for oxycodone, 7.1 grams. On April 9, 2012, CLET 1 told MBI agent William Powell and OCSO agent Abby Horsley that Santana Sutton Sr. had requested CLET to provide a trap house for Santana Sutton Sr. at approximately 15:51 hours. At MBI agent William Powell's directive, CLE-1 contacted Santana Sutton at the unique cellular telephone number 218-0870 for the purpose of discussing the trap house that Santana Sutton Sr. had requested CLET 1 to procure. During the monitored and recorded telephone conversation, CLET told Santana Sutton Sr. that CLET had 2 such places for Santana Sutton Sr. to choose between. In the area of ND Street and Orange Blossom Trail, Orlando, Orange County, Florida. Santana Sutton Sr. replied, "Yeah, we got to get up in there." Santana Sutton Sr. spoke about his business manager, who he referred to as Big Moolah, and told CLET 1, "I'm ready to stick him. He getting kinda cocky." Santana Sutton Sr. explained that Big Moolah had provided Santana Sutton Sr. with 2.5 ounces of cocaine for Santana Sutton Sr. to sell. Santana Sutton Sr. told CLET that Santana Sutton Sr. had stolen 10 grams of the cocaine and replaced it with 10 grams of filler, then returned the cocaine to Big Moolah and told him he could not sell it. Simonus 1 told MBI agent William Powell and OCSO agent Abby Horsley that Colin Wilson had been acting arrogant, and that there were members within the Mohawk Boys that were upset that Colin Wilson had yielded as much power as he did, being the business manager for Jabbarus Nathan and FBMLE. MBI agent William Powell later received subscriber information from Metro PCS in response to a subpoena sent by MBI agent William Powell that showed telephone number 218-870 had been subscribed to Man Moses, with a residence of 5,020 MLE, St. Orlando, Florida, 32,805. It was believed that Man Moses was short for Fly Boy Moses Law Entertainment, the entertainment arm of the Mohawk Boy. On April 10, 2012, OPD officer Bradley Smith conducted a traffic stop on a red in color 2010 Chevrolet Camaro, Florida tag 147 PFG, operated by Santana Sutton Sr. in Richmond Heights, Orlando, Orange County, Florida. There were 2 passengers in the vehicle, CLET 1 and Willie Hull. The traffic stop resulted in a verbal warning to Santana Sutton Sr. Later on that date, CLET 1 told agents William Powell and Abby Horsley that Santana Sutton Sr., operating the red in color 2010 Chevrolet Camaro, Florida tag 147 PFG, had driven to 4,816 Shoshone Street, Orlando, Orange County, Florida, and picked up MDMA housed in a plastic bag. Santana Sutton Sr. had showed the MDMA, stamped with the Monkey brand, to CI and gave 1 sample MDMA tablet to the CL, who later turned it over to agents William Powell and Abby Horsley. Agent Abby Horsley placed the MDMA tablet into the OCSO evidence section to be forwarded to FDLE for chemistry analysis. At approximately 22:30 hours, agents William Powell and Abby Horsley observed both Jabbarus Nathan and Justin Dixon standing outside in the yard of 1,966 Willie Mays Parkway, Orlando, Orange County, Florida. On April 11, 2012, agents William Powell and Abby Horsley met with Lamancio Dorsey at the Orange County Jail. Harley Gutin, Lamancio Dorsey's attorney, and Diane Cecchio, the statewide prosecutor, had also been present. During the interview, Lamancio Dorsey stated the following: that Justin Dixon had provided Lamancio Dorsey the fake oxycodone that Lamancio Dorsey had sold to MBI agent William Powell on February 9, 2012. That Lamancio Dorsey regularly purchased counterfeit oxycodone from Justin Dixon in increments of 1,000 for $1 per tablet. That Lamancio Dorsey had purchased over 4,000 counterfeit oxycodone tablets from Justin Dixon in the 3 to 4 months prior to Lamancio Dorsey's arrest. Justin Dixon would always be alone when Justin Dixon sold the pills to Lamancio Dorsey. Lamancio Dorsey admitted Justin Dixon would sell Lamancio Dorsey the dummy pills during the time Jabbarus Nathan was still in jail. that Justin Dixon and Lamanceo Dorsey had both known the oxycodone had been counterfeit, and that was why the price had been $1 per tablet. That Lamanceo Dorsey had met with Jabarus Nathan and Justin Dixon on February 15, 2012, in the OUC parking lot, and had purchased $100 worth of cannabis from Jabarus Nathan, who had been driving a rental vehicle. Jabarus Nathan, Justin Dixon, and the rest of the Mohawk Boys are jack boys, which means they rob people and take what is not theirs. That Colin Wilson is a junkie who snorts oxycodone. That Colin Wilson had attempted to obtain promethazine codeine from Lamanceo Dorsey in February 2012 during NBA All-Star Weekend, because Jabarus Nathan and Justin Dixon had requested Colin Wilson to supply them. That Colin Wilson would supply a doctor for Lamanceo Dorsey to visit to obtain an oxycodone prescription, and in return Lamanceo Dorsey would turn over the majority of the oxycodone, once obtained from a pharmacy, to Colin Wilson. On April 12, 2012, MBI agent William Powell received subscriber information from Sprint Corporate Security in response to a subpoena sent by MBI agent William Powell on April 9, 2012, that showed telephone number 40787892999 had been subscribed to Jabarus Nathan with a residence of 944 Bakewell Court, apartment 206, Lake Mary, Florida. On April 13, 2012, the Honorable Bob LeBlanc reviewed an application prepared by agents Abby Horsley and William Powell and signed an order authorizing the installation and use of a pen register and trap and trace device for cellular telephone number 878-9299, believed to be used by Jabarus Nathan, and 536-3222, believed to be used by Santana Sutton Sr. On April 16, 2011, CL1 told agents William Powell and Abby Horsley that Santana Sutton Sr. had shown Clea a Beretta semi-automatic handgun the previous day, and that Santana Sutton Sr. would sell it for the right price. Clea-1 also told the agents that Santana Sutton Sr.'s new cellular telephone number had become 209-4347. At approximately 13:45 hours, at Agent William Powell and Abby Horsley's directive, Clea contacted Santana Sutton Sr. at the unique cellular telephone number 209-4347 for the purpose of negotiating for an undercover MBI agent to purchase the above-described handgun from Santana Sutton Sr. During the monitored and recorded telephone conversation, Santana Sutton Sr. agreed to sell the Beretta semi-automatic handgun for $400. CL1 and Santana Sutton Sr. discussed the trap house that Santana Sutton Sr. had earlier requested CL1 to obtain. At approximately 14:02 hours, at Agent William Powell and Abby Horsley's directive, Simonus-1 contacted Santana Sutton Sr. at telephone number 209-4347. During the monitored and recorded telephone conversation, Santana Sutton Sr. and Clea once again discussed Santana Sutton Sr. selling the handgun. On April 17, 2012, OCSO agent Abby Horsley and MBI agent Scott Freeman conducted surveillance at Jabarus Nathan and Filoni Starling's residence, located at 944 Bakewell Court, apartment 206, Lake Mary, Seminole County, Florida. A gray in color, four-door Pontiac, Florida tag MCT had been observed in the parking lot, near apartment 206. Per Florida David records, the Pontiac had been registered to Filoni Starling. At approximately 13:40 hours, MBI agent Scott Freeman observed a black in color, Cadillac with very dark tint, Florida tag 165-1JC, exit the shopping center north of the apartment complex. The Cadillac traveled southbound on Lake Emma Road. Approximately 2 minutes later, the Cadillac, operated by Jabarus Nathan, drove into a parking spot near apartment 206. MBI agent Scott Freeman and OCSO agent Abby Horsley observed Jabarus Nathan exit the vehicle, walk up the stairs, and unlock the door of apartment 206 with a key. Florida D of VID records the Cadillac had been registered to Filoni Starling. On April 18, 2012, at approximately 16:22 hours, at MB, Agent Gregory McQuitter's directive, Clet 1 contacted Santana Sutton Sr. at telephone number 209-4347 for the purpose of negotiating the illegal sale of a Beretta 9mm handgun by Santana Sutton Sr., a convicted felon. During the monitored and recorded telephone conversations, Santana Sutton Sr. stated that he was en route to meet with the CI. Clonis 1 told Santana Sutton Sr. that CI and MBI agent Gregory McQuitter had been at the Millennia Mall, located at Conroy Road and Millennia Boulevard, Orlando, Orange County, Florida. At approximately 16:28 hours, at MBI agent Gregory McQuitter's directive, Clay 1 contacted Santana Sutton Sr. at telephone number 209-4347, and during the monitored and recorded telephone conversation, Clay told Santana Sutton Sr. of Clay and MBI agent Gregory McQuitter's exact location, which had been the Best Buy parking lot, located at 4155 Millennia Boulevard, Orlando, Florida, Orange County, Florida. At approximately hours, Santana Sutton Sr. contacted Clay from telephone number, and during the monitored and recorded telephone conversation again asked for the Clay's location. Santana Sutton Sr. told Clay that he had been having difficulty finding the Best Buy. Prior to ending the conversation, Santana Sutton Sr. told Clay 1 that Santana Sutton Sr. would like to buy the gun back at a later date. At approximately 17:04 hours, a red in color Chevrolet Camaro, Florida tag 147 PFG, drove in the north entrance to the Best Buy, located off of Conroy Road, Orange County, Florida. Agents Abby Horsley and William Powell observed Santana Sutton Sr. driving the vehicle. MBI agent Alberto Rodriguez observed the red Camaro parked next to MBI agent Gregory McQuitter's vehicle. At approximately 17:05 hours, Clet, under the direct control and supervision of MBI agent Gregory McQuitter, exited the undercover vehicle and walked over to Santana Sutton Sr., who had popped the hood of the red Camaro upon parking. Santana Sutton Sr. directed Clet 1 to walk to the hood of the red Camaro and open it. CI 1 opened the hood and observed a Beretta 9mm handgun wedged in between the battery and the metal frame of the vehicle. At Santana Sutton Sr.'s request, Cl 1 picked up the Beretta 9mm handgun and walked back to MBI agent Gregory McQuitter's vehicle. Cl 1 subsequently placed the gun between the passenger seat and console of the undercover vehicle. Santana Sutton Sr. walked over to the undercover vehicle, and MBI agent Gregory McQuitter, who held the Beretta 9mm handgun, asked Santana Sutton Sr. if the handgun fired. Santana Sutton Sr. stated that the gun had been operational and he would like to buy it back at a later date. MBI agent Gregory McQuitter and Santana Sutton Sr. negotiated the price of the firearm and subsequently gave Santana Sutton Sr. $440 in serialized U.S. currency. At approximately hours, Santana Sutton Sr. walked back to the red Camaro and drove out of the Best Buy parking lot. Santana Sutton Sr. exited eastbound onto Conroy Road and then turned right, traveling south onto Millennia Boulevard. The incident had been audio and video recorded. At approximately 17:25 hours, Santana Sutton Sr. contacted Cl from telephone number 209-4347, and during the monitored and recorded telephone conversation talked about the above described transaction with MBI agent Gregory McQuitter. Santana Sutton Sr. referred to MBI agent Gregory McQuitter as being green. The black 9mm Beretta M serial number 65490, which had 1 bullet in the chamber and 10 in the magazine, was turned over to Agent Abby Horsley by MBI agent Gregory McQuitter and checked through the Orange County Sheriff's Office. Teletype. The firearm was placed into Orange County evidence by Agent Abby Horsley under Orange County case number 2011 to 39,932. The firearm was forwarded to the Florida Department of Law Enforcement for ballistics analysis. On April 20, 2012, Clutt contacted Santana Sutton Sr. and said he could provide the requested trap house, which had been located at 901 23rd Street, Orlando, Orange County, Florida. On April 23, 2012, the Honorable Bob LeBlanc reviewed an application prepared by agents Abby Horsley and William Powell and signed an order authorizing the installation and use of a pen register and trap and trace device for cellular telephone number 209-4347, believed to be used by Santana Sutton Sr. On April 24, 2012, Clutt 1 moved into the above-described trap house after MBI agents has installed electronic video equipment with the consent of Clutt 1. On April 28, 2012, on State Road at mile marker 374 northbound, Gainesville, Alachua County, Florida, members of the Gainesville, Alachua County Drug Task Force conducted a traffic stop on a silver in color 2012 Dodge sedan, Florida tag 579 LAU, operated by Vladimir Jean-Pierre, with Ashley V. Vaught as the passenger, for excessive speed. Once stopped, the odor of cannabis was detected emitting from the vehicle, and Vladimir Jean-Pierre stated that he and Ashley V. Vaught had been smoking. Located in the vehicle were 12 tax refund debit cards not in either Vladimir Jean-Pierre, with Ashley V. Vaught's name, and 4 cards in her name, found in Ashley V. Vaught's purse. A ledger notebook was also found, which contained 45 individuals' personal information and social security numbers, 27 additional individuals' personal information, social security numbers, with bank names and routing numbers, 57 additional individuals' personal information, social security numbers, and email addresses, 15 companies' names with addresses and IN numbers, and 21 additional individuals' personal information and social security numbers, along with some type of coded message or email address, had been located in the rear seat of the Dodge. The trunk had 2 bank receipts for deposits of income tax refund checks utilizing the same account. The receipts had photocopied images of the checks themselves, and I was able to see that the check amounts were exactly the same, $7,186, but were made out to 2 different people, neither of which were Vladimir Jean-Pierre or Ashley V. Vaught. A self-inking stamp was also recovered in the car that read, "Pay to the order of Bank of America, Orlando, Florida, $32,804-$8,035, for deposit only, FLYMONEYENT, $8,070. Vladimir Jean-Pierre Ashley V. Vaught were released and not arrested. It is believed that Vladimir Jean-Pierre funneled his illegal proceeds from the fraudulent checks into Fly Money Entertainment, which is listed as his business account, and it is believed that higher-ranking members of the Mohawk Boys use money from the account to further their musical career. On April 30, 2012, at approximately 2200 hours, MBI agent Scott Freeman and OCSO agent Abby Horsley conducted surveillance at 2719 Sanger Terrace, Deltona, Volusia County, Florida, a residence in which it is believed that Justin Dixon resided at on occasion. The agents observed a gray in color, 2007 Nissan Infiniti, Florida tag 377 NEV, in the driveway of the residence. Per Florida DMV records, the vehicle had been registered to Joy Millings, with a listed address of 1174 East Lombardy Drive, Deltona, Volusia County, Florida. The Infiniti had been previously observed by OCSO agent Horsley at 1641 Retreat View Circle, Sanford, Seminole County, Florida, on April 25, 2012, while conducting surveillance. OCSO agent Abby Horsley used a GPS tracking of the location of wireless telephone handset believed to be commonly used by Justin Dixon, which had been approved through a pen register, trap and trace order, signed by the Honorable Judge LeBlanc of the 9th Judicial Circuit in Orange County, Florida, which indicated that Justin Dixon had been at 1641 Retreat View Circle, Sanford, Seminole County, Florida, on April 25, 2012, and East Lombardy Drive, Deltona, Volusia County, Florida, on April 30, 2012. At the times, the gray Nissan Infiniti was observed in the driveway of these residences. On May 1, 2012, at approximately 12:30 hours, OCSO agent Abby Horsley and MBI agent William Powell observed the gray in color, 2007 Nissan Infiniti. Florida tag 377 Nev, parked in the driveway of 4343 Lake Richmond Drive, Orlando, Orange County, Florida. A blue in color, Kia SUV, Florida tag BALR had been parked directly behind the Nissan Infiniti. Per DMV records, the Kia SUV had been registered to Amanda Carrillo. Jabarus Nathan had been sitting in a chair on the front porch of the residence, and Amanda Carrillo had been sitting on his lap. OCSO agent Abby Horsley observed that the GPS tracking system on both Jabarus Nathan and Justin Dixon's respective cellular telephones indicated that Jabarus Nathan, who the agents had observed, and Justin Dixon had been at 4343 Lake Richmond Drive, Orlando, Orange County, Florida. Later on, May 1, 2012, MBI agent William Powell and OCSO agent Abby Horsley spoke with Clut1, who stated that she had just spoken with Santana Sutton Sr. on a cellular phone number not previously identified. Clut1 provided the phone number of 953-4897 and stated that was now the primary number for Santana Sutton Sr. MBI agent William Powell later received subscriber information from Metro PCS in response to a subpoena sent by MBI agent William Powell that showed telephone number 953-4897 had been subscribed to Moses Law with a residence of 2,345 Orange Center, BLVD, Orlando, Florida, 32,805. It was believed that Moses Law was short for Flyboy Moses Law Entertainment, the entertainment arm of the Mohawk Boys. The listed address is in the Richmond Heights area and a known Mohawk Boys stronghold. Telephone number had been listed in Lamancio Dorsey's cellular telephone book as Flavrox. Flavrock was known to be the street rap name used by Santana Sutton Sr., and the reference to MANMOSES further showed Santana Sutton Sr's ties with the Mohawk Boys. On May 2, 2012, OCSO agent Abby Horsley reviewed several YouTube videos featuring Jabarus Nathan, aka Armstrong, in a video posted to YouTube on October 17, 2011, by Armstrong, titled Armstrong Webisode. Bucinez is about to pick up Jabarus Nathan spoke with Colin Wilson about upcoming shows at which Jabarus Nathan and FBMLE would be performing. Jabarus Nathan also showed off a very expensive diamond-encrusted Otis watch that he had been wearing. Jabarus Nathan stated that he still was a Thunderstorm boy, which Jabarus Nathan clarified was a real individual who sold cocaine and who had been on the street whooping pistols on motherfuckers. Jabarus Nathan stated, "All we do is wet motherfuckers, Thunderstorm boys." The video concluded with Jabarus Nathan saying, "Sue Woo," which is a known blood gang call. In a video posted to YouTube by Big Mula on January 10, 2012, titled Armstrong, Jabarus Nathan was featured pouring thick, dark syrup from a colored prescription bottle that had the label peeled off into clear bottle with ocean spray label on it. Jabarus Nathan commented to the camera at the beginning of the video, "I don't give a damn." The cameraman commented, "Okay, I'm gonna put that parts in." The cameraman then asked, What I need to put on it?" Jabarus Nathan replied, "The real motherfucking shit here, nigga." Jabarus Nathan had been referring to the thick, dark syrup he had poured from the prescription bottle into the ocean spray bottle. Jabarus Nathan subsequently held the prescription bottle close to the camera and stated, "That's the real shit here, nigga." It is believed that the thick, dark syrup had been promethazine with codeine. Jabarus Nathan referred to the liquid as drank. The cameraman commented, "Slow that thing down." Jabarus Nathan agreed and stated, "All the way." A video posted to YouTube by username My on February 5, 2012, titled Armstrong My Interview, featured an interview with Jabarus Nathan. The interviewer introduced himself as Pharaoh Johnson. In the interview, Pharaoh Johnson asked Jabarus Nathan to describe what 50-20s meant, and Jabarus Nathan explained that 50-20s referred to 1,000, beyond 100. 1,000 all the way, astronomical unit, we all the way gone. Pharaoh Johnson also asked Jabarus Nathan what FBMLE meant, and Jabberus Nathan explained that it stood for Flyboy Moses Law Entertainment, and said that Flyboy Entertainment and Moses Law Entertainment had now all united under one umbrella, FBMLE, led by Jabberus Nathan. Jabberus Nathan also stated that Thunderstorm Boys, Bang Brothers, and Tsunami Kids were other names used by Jabberus Nathan and his associates. Jabberus Nathan told Pharaoh Johnson that Flyboy Moses Law Entertainment was the only group that Jabberus Nathan will be associated with forever. Jabberus Nathan said that WOMP. WOMP meant game over, over with, done deal. Jabberus Nathan stated there would be no other set that would come in and to take over the Mohawk Boys' territory. Jabberus Nathan stated, I cover first, second, third, fourth, and fifth. There ain't no more after us, reiterating that there would not be another gang taking over his gang's territory. Another phrase, ding dong, had been clarified by Jabberus Nathan to mean strong arm, which referred to jackboys and committing strong arm robberies. Jabberus Nathan stated that he had taken a vacation, but now that Jabberus Nathan had returned, Jabberus Nathan was confident that the reason Jabberus Nathan had been successful was due to the fact that he had been real and lived what Jabberus Nathan had sang about. Jabberus Nathan stated that he had been through a lot more than the average rapper, and he did everything he sang about. Jabberus Nathan said that he was not a rapper, but was a gangster, and did not listen to his own rap songs or those of other rap artists. Jabberus Nathan told Pharaoh Johnson, rap shit, just pay a little bill here and there. This shit ain't for real. Jabberus Nathan explained that he was just having fun and murder other niggas, murder other sets. You all know who they is, just murder them. It's so easy to come from where I came from and just cover the whole set. Boom. You know what I'm saying? I did that shit, man. Me, single hand, one hand. Jabberus Nathan continued to state that he did everything that he sang about. Jabberus Nathan stated that his whole set would be on top, and that they were coming. Jabberus Nathan specifically stated that the following nicknames were persons who were members of the Mohawk Boys: Dumb Out Boys, Stonerman, Haitian Fresh, Killa Creepa, Cash Out Cleat, Alley Cat, Young Snake, Guilo, and Zulu Dynasty. Jabberus Nathan repeatedly stated that those persons had been members of the Mohawk Boys. Jabberus Nathan stated that he received more money from the state than from being a rap artist, and indicated that he preferred to rap for fun and do it on the cool. Jabberus Nathan stated that he did not care if he ended up on top of the rap game. Jabberus Nathan was very specific in the interview with Pharaoh Johnson that he not be identified as a rapper, but rather a gangster. In a video posted to YouTube on February 6, 2012, by Armstrong, which was a known Mohawk Boys term, titled Armstrong Webisode, Stoner's Life, Jabberus Nathan and Justin Dixon openly admitted that they had been in a high-speed pursuit with law enforcement after performing at the barn in Sanford, Florida on November 27, 2011. Jabberus Nathan held up a black toiletries bag to the camera and stated, "Don't think this is empty either." The criminal history of Jabberus Nathan supported the claim that Jabberus Nathan had actually done the criminal acts described in the songs that he rapped. The fact that Jabberus Nathan stated that he was a gangster was supported by documentable evidence to include the 5-point red star tattooed on his right forearm, commonly wearing red to support Bloods, wearing or holding a red handkerchief when performing at shows and in pictures, and the use of common blood language such as Sioux. The corroboration of the interviews by Pharaoh Johnson gives the other factors documented and observed by law enforcement the ability to believe there is an ongoing pattern of criminal activity by Jabberus Nathan and other members of Mohawk Boys, due to the fact that Jabberus Nathan, Justin Dixon, and Santana Sutton Sr. continued to sing about selling drugs and robbing individuals in their songs. On May 3, 2012, at approximately 23:08 hours, MBI agent William Powell observed, via electronic surveillance, Eric McKay and Cle arrive at 901 23rd Street, Orlando, Orange County, Florida. The activity inside of the residence was video recorded. Eric McKay walked into the kitchen and removed the black and color semi-automatic handgun from his front right pants pocket and placed it in the kitchen cabinet. Eric McKay also produced a clear plastic bag that contained a white powder that MBI agent William Powell believed to be cocaine. Eric McKay showed the white powder to Clint, who intently looked at it. Eric McKay and Clint emptied the cocaine from the bag onto a plate covered with aluminum foil and appeared to mix it with water and baking soda. At approximately hours, Eric McKay removed the black-in-color, semi-automatic handgun from the kitchen cabinet and placed it in his front right pants pocket. At approximately hours on May, Eric McKay began to cook the cocaine in a pot on the stove. It was believed that Eric McKay was making crack cocaine, which is done by dissolving cocaine hydrochloride, known as powder cocaine, with baking soda and water, then boil until a solid substance, known as crack, separates. The crack is removed from the water and allowed to dry into a hard substance, then broken into pieces, or rocks. At approximately 0016 hours, Clet 1 contacted MBI agent William Powell and said that Eric McKay was cooking 14 grams on the stove, meaning a half ounce of cocaine. At approximately 0026 hours, it appeared Eric McKay had completed the cooking process and subsequently allowed the crack cocaine to dry on a plate by the stove. Shortly thereafter, Eric McKay appeared to break apart the crack cocaine and place the rocks into a plastic baggie. At approximately hours, Eric McKay, Clit, and an unknown black male, who had arrived at the residence at approximately hours, exited the house and left in an unknown vehicle. Later on May 4, 2012, at approximately 13:02 hours, while agents William Powell and Abby Horsley conducted electronic surveillance at 901 23rd Street, Orlando, Orange County, Florida, an orange in color Dodge Challenger drove into the yard and parked on the north side of the single-family residence. Approximately 1 minute later, the agents observed Santana Sutton, S. Sr., and Alzo Reddick walk into the residence and meet with Clee 1. The activity inside of the residence was video recorded. Santana Sutton, Sr., removed a clear plastic bag from inside of the front his pants and placed what agents believed to be MDMA tablets, housed in the plastic bag, on a plate on the kitchen counter. Santana Sutton, Sr., later placed the MDMA, still contained in the plastic bag, down the front of his pants in his groin area. At approximately hours, Santana Sutton, Sr., again removed the clear plastic bag, believed to contain MDMA tablets, from his groin area and counted out an unknown number of tablets, and placed them in a plastic Tupperware container. Clet 1 subsequently placed the plastic Tupperware container in a kitchen cabinet. Santana Sutton Sr. placed the plastic bag, which still contained the suspected MDMA, inside of the front of his pants, and exited the residence, accompanied by Alzo Reddick, who had witnessed incident. The Dodge Challenger, operated by Santana Sutton Sr. with Alzo Reddick as the passenger, drove away from the area. At approximately 13:34 hours, Clet 1 contacted MBI agent William Powell and stated that Santana Sutton, Sr. and Alzo Reddick had been at the residence and had dropped off 30 MDMA tablets. At approximately 22:16 hours, MBI agent William Powell conducted electronic surveillance at 901 23rd Street, Orlando, Orange County, Florida, and observed Eric McKay and Clet 1 enter the residence. The incident was video recorded. Eric McKay removed a plastic bag, which contained a white powder, from the kitchen cabinet, along with a bowl, and turned the gas stove on. It appeared that Eric McKay mixed the cocaine with another powder substance and water in the bowl. Eric McKay subsequently cooked the substance on the stove. At approximately 23:16 hours, an unidentified black male, who had what appeared to be U.S. currency in his hand, was led into the residence by Clet 1. Eric McKay gave the subject what was believed to be crack cocaine rocks, and in exchange handed the cash to Eric McKay. Approximately 2 minutes later, the subject exited the house. At approximately 23:36 hours, MBI agent William Powell observed Eric McKay, assisted by CL-1, break pieces, or rocks, from a crack cookie and placed them on a plate. Clet 1 picked up several rocks of the crack, looked at them and walked out of MBI agent William Powell's view. On May 5, 2012, at approximately 0016 hours, an unidentified black male and white female entered the residence. It appeared the black male purchased cocaine from Eric McKay for U.S. currency. At approximately 0036 hours, an unknown male entered the house accompanied by Eric McKay. The subject subsequently gave Eric McKay cash And in return, Eric McKay handed the male small objects Eric McKay had removed from a plastic Tupperware container that Clut had earlier pasted MDMA inside of. At approximately 0040 hours, Clut 1 walked the subject outside. Site 1 later contacted MBI agent William Powell and said that Eric McKay had been at the residence at the above described time and had cooked crack cocaine. On May 6, 2012, at approximately 0022 hours, MBI agent William Powell observed, via electronic surveillance, Eric McKay walk into 901 23rd Street, Orlando, Orange County, Florida, with a black semi-automatic handgun in his right hand, and place it on the kitchen counter. At approximately hours, Eric McKay put the handgun in the kitchen cabinet. At approximately hours, MBI agent William Powell observed, via electronic surveillance, Eric McKay reach into a kitchen cabinet and remove a black semi-automatic handgun, look at it, and subsequently place it back in the cabinet. At approximately 1620 hours, MBI agent William Powell observed, via electronic surveillance, Clut 1 let an unidentified black male, approximately 5 feet 10 inches, 210 pounds, and dressed in a black t-shirt and dark jeans, into the residence at 901 23rd Street, Orlando, Orange County, Florida. The activity inside of the residence was video recorded. Clut-1 took a silver handgun case from the kitchen counter, and with the black semi-automatic handgun, sat on the living room floor, unlocked the case and placed the handgun inside of the case. At approximately 1632 hours, the unidentified black male exited the residence, with the black semi-automatic handgun in the case, and walked northbound on Lee Street. On May 7, 2012, at approximately 0515 hours, MBI agent William Powell observed, via electronic video surveillance, the silver handgun case, which had been used to store the black semi-automatic handgun the previous day, closed on the kitchen counter at 901 23rd Street, Orlando, Orange County, Florida. At approximately 1240 hours, Clut 1 contacted MBI agent William Powell and said that Eric McKay had been storing a black semi-automatic handgun at 901 23rd Street, Orlando, Orange County, Florida. At approximately 1733 hours, Clut 1 told MBI agent William Powell and that Eric McKay was en route to 901 23rd Street, Orlando, Orange County, Florida to retrieve his black semi-automatic handgun. At approximately 1819 hours, MBI agent William Powell observed Eric McKay, operating a golden color, older model Lincoln Continental, accompanied by Clut 1 and an unidentified black female, arrive at and enter the residence. C entered the bathroom, walked out holding the black semi-automatic handgun, and placed it on the kitchen bar. Eric McKay subsequently picked up the handgun, took the magazine out, and appeared to either put bullets into the magazine or wipe fingerprints off of the bullets inside of the magazine. Eric McKay later placed the handgun in his right pants pocket and exited the residence. On May 7, 2012, the Honorable Bob LeBlanc reviewed an application prepared by agents Abby Horsley and William Powell and signed an order authorizing the installation and use of a pen register and trap and trace device for cellular telephone. Number 953-4897, believed to be used by Santana Sutton Sr. On May 7, 2012, the Honorable Bob LeBlanc reviewed an application prepared by agents Abby Horsley and William Powell and signed an extension order authorizing the continued installation and use of a pen, register and trap and trace device for cellular telephone number 878-9299, believed to be commonly used by Jabber's Nathan. 209-4347, believed to be commonly used by Santana Sutton Sr. 275-5940, believed to be used by Justin Dixon, and -9692, believed to be commonly used by Colin Wilson. On May 8, 2012, between approximately 0901 hours and approximately 1311 hours, at MBI agent William Powell's directive, Clut 2 contacted Colin Wilson at the unique cellular telephone number 808-9692 on 3 separate occasions for the purpose of providing oxycodone tablets to Colin Wilson. During the monitored and recorded telephone conversations, Colin Wilson told CI that CI would have to pay $320 to Colin Wilson for the purpose of Colin Wilson and Vernon Hood producing a rap video for CL. Colin Wilson agreed to accept $220 in U.S. currency, which would be paid to Vernon Hood, and 10 oxycodone tablets, which would be Colin Wilson's portion of the payment. At approximately 17:30 hours, agents William Powell and Abby Horsley met with CI at a predetermined location. MBI agent William Powell searched Clip for contraband and confirmed that he had none. MBI agent William Powell provided Cl-2 with $220 in U.S. currency and 10 oxycodone tablets. At approximately 17:53 hours, at MBI agent William Powell's directive, Cl-2 sent a text message to Colin Wilson at telephone 808-9692 requesting Colin Wilson to meet in downtown Orlando. Colin Wilson sent a text message in response, stating 50 and 1792. At approximately 18:15 hours, Cl-2, under the direction and supervision of agents William Powell and Abby Horsley, drove to and parked at the CVS Pharmacy, located at 1201 East Colonial Drive, Orlando, Orange County, Florida. At approximately hours, Colin Wilson arrived in the CVS Pharmacy parking lot, operating a Toyota Camry, Florida tag BXQ, and parked one parking spot to the east of Cl's vehicle. Colin Wilson exited his vehicle and entered the front passenger seat of Cl's vehicle. The encounter was audio and video recorded. After negotiations, Cl handed Colin Wilson $200 in U.S. currency and 10 oxycodone tablets as payment for Colin Wilson facilitating a rap video performed by Simonus 2. Colin Wilson placed the oxycodone tablets inside of a medicine bottle he had brought with him and provided Cl-2 the name Dr. Moyer with a telephone number, as a doctor who would write a prescription for Cl-2 without any medical necessity. Colin Wilson exited Cl's vehicle, entered the Toyota Camry, and drove out of the area. Agents William Powell and Abby Horsley met CI at a predetermined location. MBI agent William Powell searched Clip for contraband and none was found. On May 10, 2012, Special Agent David Thompson of the United States Secret Service conducted an investigation regarding counterfeit bills used at the True Religion clothing store on International Drive in Orlando, Orange County, Florida, the week of April 29, 2012. $1,500 in counterfeit bills were used to purchase clothing by a male known to the cashier as Armstrong. The cashier recognized Armstrong as a local rapper who had numerous videos on YouTube. Video surveillance was recorded during the transaction and taken as evidence by Special Agent Thompson. Special Agent Thompson stated that Jabberus Nathan was the same subject as Armstrong identified by the cashier. Special Agent David Thompson found a connection between the counterfeit bills used by Jabberus Nathan and counterfeit bills being shipped from South America. That investigation was still ongoing, therefore no charges had yet been filed by Special Agent David Thompson. On May, at approximately hours, Colin Wilson contacted Cl from telephone number. During the conversation, which was not been monitored or recorded, Colin Wilson requested to purchase 4 oxycodone tablets from Cl-2. On May 17, 2012, Cl-1 told agents William Powell and Abby Horsley that Santana Sutton, Sr., said that his new cellular telephone number was 535-7616. On 2 separate occasions, in the agent's presence, Cl contacted Santana Sutton as Sr. at telephone number -7616 and had conversations, monitored by the agents, as to Santana Sutton SRS whereabouts and other personal topics. On May 18, 2012, at approximately 13:30 hours, agents William Powell and Abby Horsley, while conducting surveillance, observed Justin Dixon exit 138 Spring Glen Drive, DeBerry, the Lucia County, Florida, and enter the A-gray in color Nissan Infiniti, Florida tag 377 NEV, which had been backed into the driveway. At the same time, Agent Abby Horsley used GPS tracking of the location of wireless telephone handset believed to be commonly used by Justin Dixon, which had been approved through a pen register, trap, and trace order, signed by the Honorable Judge LeBlanc of the Ninth Judicial Circuit in Orange County, Florida, which indicated that Justin Dixon had been at 138 Spring Glen Drive at the same time. Justin Dixon watched the agents as they drove by the residence, waited in the driveway approximately 5 minutes, and then followed the agent's path. Justin Dixon, operating the Nissan Infiniti, located the agents parked in a driveway approximately 3 blocks away and subsequently drove back to 138 Spring Glen Drive. The agents believed that Justin Dixon had conducted counter-surveillance on agents William Powell and Abby Horsley. On May 22, 2012, the Honorable Bob LeBlanc reviewed an application prepared by agents Abby Horsley and William Powell and signed an order authorizing the installation and use of a pen register and trap and trace device for cellular telephone number 535-7616, believed to be used by Santana Sutton Sr.
It's 2 o'clock.